Chair Carlton, we are now live to the broadcast. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and to those listening and participating over other telecommunications ways to access this meeting. So with that, we'll go ahead and start. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And Ms. Kaufman, welcome. Nice to see you. And if you would please call the roll. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Brooks.
Here.
Senator Spearman for Senator Cancella.
Here.
Senator Dennis.
Here.
Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Kiekeffer.
Here.
Senator Parks.
Here.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Here.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Here.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Present.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Here.
Assemblyman Roberts for Assemblyman Hambrick.
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdegi.
Here.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Here.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Here.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Here.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Present.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Here.
Assemblyman Hafen for Assemblyman Wheeler.
Here.
Chair Carlton.
And I am here. Thank you very much, Ms. Kaufman. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to public comment. And as we have been doing over this very unique interim, because there is no physical location for this meeting, public testimony under this agenda item may be presented by phone or by written comment or by fax. The sign-in directions were on the agenda. Due to time constraints, public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker, and I will take approximately 45 minutes of public comment at the beginning of this meeting. Any additional opportunity to make public comment will be available at the end of the meeting. I will go ahead and now turn it over to our wonderful broadcast and production staff, who will be interacting with those that are on the phone to queue up the folks for public comment this morning. So with that, broadcast, if you would please.
Thank you, Chair Carlton. The public comment line is open and working, but there are no participants at this time.
All right, well, with that, I believe we can go ahead and move forward. So we'll go to item number C, which is approval of the minutes of the May 13th meeting. We will be taking items C, D, E, and F all in one motion. So I will ask committee members if anyone has any questions or corrections when it comes to the minutes that are listed on the agenda. Hearing none, seeing none. Since we are meeting virtually, Mr. Kompotic will be calling the roll for us today. So I will ask him to call the roll on the approval of the minutes. Mr. Kompotic.
Madam Chair, if you need me, I'll make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do need a motion, don't we? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll accept a motion from Speaker Frierson and a second from Senator Dennis. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Kompotic, would you please call the roll?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus. Assemblywoman Titus? It looks like she might be frozen. Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompatek. And so with that, I believe we can go ahead and move to item G. We'll have Ms. Kaufman walk us through the items that will be pulled. And then a couple members have reached out to me to let me know what items they would like to pull. And then I will open it up to other members if there are items that they would like to pull for further discussion this morning. So Ms. Kaufman, item G.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Sarah Kaufman. The items that have been identified to be pulled for item G are number 2 on page 1, number 3 to be heard with items 20 and 64, item 5, the Office of Attorney General, or I'm sorry, excuse me, that was not one that was pulled. Item 8, Office of the Treasurer, to be heard with item 9, Office of the Treasurer. Item 11, Department of Education. On page 3, there are no items. On page 4, again, item 20 to be heard with items 3 and 64. Item 20, Department of Health and Human Services, Director's Office, to be heard with items 24 and 26. Items 22 to be heard with items 24 and 26. On page 5, again, item number 24 to be heard with items 22 and 26. Item number 26, and again to be heard with items 22 and 24. On page 6, there are no items. On page 7, there are no items. On page 8, there are no items. On page 9, number 49. On page 10, item number 56. And there are no other items to be heard on the remainder of the pages. I would note on information items, item 11A has also been identified to be pulled. And I would like to identify a couple of typos that were found on the record. On page 13 of the work program list and on page 36 of the reclassification addendum, a typo was discovered. The Department of Conservation and Natural Resources is requesting an existing administrative assistant to be reclassified as an engineering technician 4 as opposed to an accounting assistant, which is currently on the agenda. One other typo that was discovered was on the information items list, page 4. item 15B, it indicates the annual report is for fiscal year 2017, and that should reflect fiscal year 2020. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaufman. And for the committee's information and for the public's information, listing of items under N, the informational item, 11A will be heard with item number I3, and those will be towards the end of the meeting. So just so that everyone's aware and can plan their schedules appropriately. So we'll be doing that information item when we do I3, and we'll do those at the very end of the meeting. So with that, I do believe Dr. Titus had reached out and asked for number 5 to be pulled.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Pull number 5 also. And then Senator Kekeffer had reached out and asked for item G19, I believe, to be pulled.
No, ma'am, G21, please.
Oh, G21. Okay.
19's interesting too, but I'll let that one go.
Oh, I'm sorry. G21 was Senator Kekeffer. And G19 was me. Sorry about that. So we'll go from there. And other committee members that would like other items pulled. I'm not hearing or seeing anyone. I just want to make sure if someone's frozen, they have time to get in, because after this, we take a motion and move on. All right. So with that, those are the items that have been pulled under this. Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and accept a motion to process all remaining items
So
from,
moved.
I'm sorry,
So moved. Motion. Sorry. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, I was just giving you the motion.
thank you. It was-
If you would accept it,
time
Chairwoman.
delay. So I'll accept a motion from Ms. Benitez Thompson, a second from Senator Kekeffer. I'll ask Mr. Kompotek to call the roll, and I can't tell you how much I love these virtual meetings. Thank you. So Mr. Kompotek.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
yes,
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
yes,
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank. Assemblywoman Swank. Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kekeffer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. So with that, I believe we can move on to item G2, Office of the Governor, Science, Innovation, and Technology, what we affectionately call OSIT. So with that, if we could queue up the appropriate person, please.
Madam Chair, Brian Mitchell, Director of OSIT for the record, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Mr. Mitchell. If you could just give us a real brief overview so that we have an understanding, and then I believe I'll turn it over to Senator Dennis to open up with questions, and we'll go from there.
I'd be happy to. Brian Mitchell for the record, Director of OSIT. This is a program we're very excited about. As many of you know, rural Nevada has healthcare shortages, both at the top of the medical practice in doctors and dentists, as well as lower level practitioners such as technicians. The William N. Pennington Foundation has a mutual interest with our office in growing rural healthcare workforce. And as we worked together, we identified best practices in other states and have created a program that is similar to those that operate in other states. So 36 other states in the country have state-based loan repayment programs that complement federal programs that exist. And the state-based programs do a really wonderful job of incentivizing medical practitioners to relocate to health professional shortage areas in rural areas with the hope that after the medical practitioners practice in those areas for a certain number of years, that they will fall in love with the communities and choose to stay long term. And so we have identified a number of different healthcare professions that are in need throughout the rural areas. And we'll be working very closely with the State Office of Rural Health, as well as the Department of Health and Human Services, to solicit applications. And then we will place practitioners in rural areas for 2 to 3 years, depending on the practice type, and they will receive funding, philanthropic funding from the donor to practice in the rural area for those amount of time. And so I'm happy to answer any questions about the specifics about how the program will work.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Senator Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can you talk a little bit about, because we have another program called the Nevada Health Services Corporation. How does that fit in with this new program?
Great. So I work very closely with the director who oversees that program, and they have both a waiting list, so they have more applicants than they have funding from the federal government to fill slots. And then there are also certain professions that are in need that they are not able to fill through the federal guidelines. And so we're going to work together to look at the total pool of applicants and then allocate out which applicants would be best served by the state program and which applicants would be best served by the federal program. And then because we are serving different practice types or different healthcare professions, we'll be able to better cover the needs in rural Nevada.
So what I'm hearing is there are two separate things. You're not going to have one person or one organization that can get help from both at the same time. There's not going to be an overlap.
There won't be an overlap. We're going to work together to place the individuals who are interested in applying for the program.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Dennis. And I believe Dr. Titus, you had a question on this item also?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for doing this. As you have stated, we need healthcare providers in rural Nevada. We also need them in underserved areas and urban spots also. Just so it's not rural, so is it just the rural areas that are going to be recipients of this and not necessarily underserved urban areas in Nevada?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Titus. Brian Mitchell for the record. And you're absolutely correct that there are urban areas as well as rural areas that have a need for healthcare professionals or have a need for healthcare professions. So there's a shortage in both locations. The funder in this case was interested in funding rural areas. And so we are going to pilot the program as a rural program. And it's my hope that if we are successful, then we can come back and look at urban areas in the future.
And the Pennington, thank you for that. The Pennington Foundation has just absolutely been stellar in augmenting the healthcare system in our state, and so I'm greatly appreciative. I've been a benefit of that, although not immediately benefit direct. But my last two PAs that are in my office currently, and the physician that replaced me, were all recipients of some of the National Health Corps monies coming back to the rural areas. So again, I acknowledge how important this is. My next question, however, is the expansion of just putting your forward-thinking hat on. We need more than in the rural areas. Healthcare shortage is pretty dramatic, not just PAs, nurse practitioners, and physicians, but the actual lab techs, the nurses, the people that are running the machines in the hospital, physical therapists, respiratory therapists. Is there any thoughts down the pipe to reimbursing those specialties also at some point?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Titus. Brian Mitchell for the record. And I'm glad you brought that up, and I'll get a little bit more specific. So we are planning on providing reimbursement for doctors and dentists, and also pediatric dentists, primary care nurse practitioners, BSN nurses, primary care physician assistants, registered nurses. And then, as you mentioned, on the technician side, we're also planning on supporting comprehensive medical imaging and diagnostic medical sonography technicians. And those technicians were identified when we surveyed rural clinics and rural hospitals about the healthcare professions that they were particularly in need and they had the most trouble recruiting. And what's really great about how we're going to be interacting with the other program in the state is that the federal program does not reimburse for those technicians. And so we are going to take up that those practitioners as well, so that we can have, like you mentioned, a more comprehensive healthcare workforce in the rural areas.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
You're welcome, Dr. Titus. And I appreciate your comments. I remember when I learned what a heat map for a HPSA looked like, and a lot of Clark County is on that heat map for a health professional shortage area. So it isn't just in the rurals, it is in the urban areas also, but we do appreciate the foundation stepping forward and helping any new physician or lab tech or any other care in this state is good. We can take all that they'll provide for us. So that will be great. I do have one quick question, Mr. Mitchell, before I go to any other members. You had said something about in the future. So is this after you run this pilot, as you called it, are there plans to seek other grant funding to promote it in the future, or have you gone that far down the road yet to decide where you might be headed with this?
Thank you for the question, Chair Carlton. Brian Mitchell for the record. Yes, and so I think the first step is to have a successful program and to have the data that backs that up. And then we would love to reach out to other grants, whether they be federal grants or philanthropic grants in the state. In this case, this grant, the funder is the Pennington Foundation, and they only operate in Northern Nevada. And I would love to reach out once we have a successful program to a Southern Nevada funder similarly to see if they would be willing to establish a companion program for Southern Nevada, given that we know that there's needs everywhere. But again, I think the first step would be to have a successful program and to be able to show that to potential funders in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, ma'am. Just real quick question. This seems like it is a program that would really be comparable to some of the things that are being offered to those who are exiting their time of service in the military, or even those who are retiring. Do you have anything in place that you might be able to reach out or work with the Nevada Veteran Service Commission or any of the other military bases. And I'm thinking even in the rules or whether it's in urban areas, we have veterans of all stripes that are exiting and some who are retiring. And they might certainly want to take advantage of this.
Thank you, Senator Spearman, for the question. Brian Mitchell for the record. The purpose of this program is a loan repayment program. So any individual who's looking to participate must have a qualified loan from a bank or other lender. So for the folks that you're talking about from either who are retiring or coming off of military bases, would they have federal or other loans that they would need to be repaying?
Some of them might because of the GI Bill, and some of them may have given their GI Bill to children and are now going into something else. So some of them may have some loans. I do know a few who have taken out loans to do other things with respect to career changes.
Okay, Brian Mitchell for the record, and I will certainly look into that and see if there's a way that we can collaborate with any of the veterans and the military folks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And any other questions from any other committee members at this time? Not seeing or hearing anyone wishing to be recognized, I believe we can go ahead and process item number G2. I would accept a motion from Senator Dennis and a second from Senator Spearman. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kapodic, if you could call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Kompadic. So with that, I believe we can move on to items number 3, 20, and 64, which will all be discussed at the same time. If we could queue up the appropriate presenter to begin, give us a very high-level overview, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Susan Brown. I am the Director of the Governor's Finance Office, and I will give you a high-level overview of work programs 320 and the 23 work programs included in item 64. These work programs are for costs related to protecting the health and safety of all Nevadans, including state employees. These are requests for sanitation, personal protective equipment, and operational requirements to improve telework capabilities and to improve social distancing within the workplace for state employees and for visitors to state agencies. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. I'll go ahead and open it up. Speaker, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you, Director Brown. Good to see you. Um, I recall on this matter that there was at some point anticipated spending of about 100 million in CRF funds to reimburse the agencies, and we're looking right now at what appears to be about just under 6 million. And obviously we have a subcommittee that has been talking about this as well. I just wanted to know if there was a revised estimate for state agency reimbursements. We're approaching almost November, and 5.9, I think, million versus 120 million. Is there any revision to that, or is there a plan on using the remainder of that 120 in a different way?
Yes, Susan Brown for the record. If you can give me just 1 minute, I can give you a little bit of a breakdown of what we're looking at. So the request that you see before you does not include, for example, positions that have been determined to be substantially dedicated. So for example, as part of our proposals earlier on with this, highway patrol salaries will be paid with these funds for the first 6 months of the year through December 30th, as well as some other police officer positions and then some healthcare professionals. There were positions at welfare, and with all of those together, I believe the number for that reimbursement is about $89 million is what we're looking at right now. We are working with agencies to refine those numbers. And then the guidance on September 2nd expanded those positions that are eligible for reimbursement. And that adds potentially another $70 million, which I realize is over the $120 million that we have set aside for this purpose. But at this point, we are targeting that there will be $120 million still in those reimbursements.
Thank you, Director. So just so that explain to me how, I mean, I'm happy that we're going to use all of the funds. How are we going to make up? I mean, I think that was about 150, 160 that you cited. Are we going to not fully fund that, or are we going to be accessing funds elsewhere to be able to pay that full amount?
So the full amounts that I'm giving you are based on, sorry, Susan Brown for the record. The full amounts I'm giving you are based on all of those positions being filled and operating from July 1st through December 30th. And we know that we have vacancies and we know that we have turnover in those positions. And we have not gotten full calculations for what those expanded position titles are. So we are working within those dollars, and we may have additional funds that we can use for this purpose of the CRF. So those are decisions that we will make as we go through this process and know exactly how much money we have available to reimburse those costs.
Thank you. So, I mean, I don't want to misstate, but are you basically saying we have more than 120 million in expenses that we're looking at, and we're going to have to pick and choose which of them, but there's no jeopardy of not spending the 120?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
again,
much.
we are oh, may I just add one more? Sorry.
Oh, yes, Ms. Brown, go ahead.
Thank you. So we are working with the agencies on this and fine tuning all of those numbers. And we expect to have another batch of work programs coming to the December IFC that will have all of that information in it, and we'll have a better understanding of what those dollars look like probably around the first of the month.
Okay.
Okay.
And with the way 15-day expeditious work programs go, we'll probably be meeting before December. So there'll be another opportunity to have a conversation about this. So did I cut someone off? I apologize.
No, you actually answered what I was thinking. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. You're welcome, Speaker. So with that, I had Ms. Neal reach out, and she does have a question, and I believe she's on the phone.
I switched to video, Madam Chair. I don't know if you can see me.
That's okay. Proceed.
Okay. So I had a question on, I'm asking on item 64, which is this COVID reimbursement piece. I'm trying to understand for the 64.5 Cannabis Compliance Board, like what did they do related to CARES dollars for reimbursement? Ms. Brown?
I am looking at that particular work program. I don't have it right in front of me, but if you can give me just 1 second, I will have it. So it looks like for the Cannabis Compliance Board, this is largely computer equipment so that they can telework.
Okay, thank you.
And I noticed there was some PPE in there also, just for personal
Yeah.
protection.
Susan Brown, for the record, there is some PPE and then there is also a deep cleaning of a building, it looks like, due to an exposure.
Thank you. Okay. Is that good, Ms. Neal?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I believe Senator Kekeffer had a question next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. I've got a couple, if it's okay. Ms. Brown, with the estimated $120 million being used for state agencies, have you estimated how much general fund that's going to free up?
Can you give me 1 minute? I'm sorry, I don't have that right in front of me. So can I get back to you on that one?
Yeah, that would be fine. I think it would be good for the committee to know going forward. My second question is related to the use of this money for administrative leave. I know the governor has authorized up to 15 weeks of paid admin leave for state employees for distance learning accommodations. So I mean, that would be basically the entire first semester of school for the school districts. So I'm curious as to whether people are taking advantage of that paid admin leave, and whether as you can hear, I've got distance learning going on in the background here. And whether people are taking advantage of that 15 weeks of paid admin leave offered by the state, and whether these dollars are being used to backfill that.
I am going to have Leslie Molenkamp answer that question for you.
Hi, this is Leslie Molenkamp, Governor's Finance Office, for the record. So we did run a report. We were curious to know what made up this admin leave and what we were projecting. And what we found is that actually one of the largest uses of admin leave to date has actually been related to either high-risk events. So this would be employees that would be considered under a high-risk situation of being high risk of getting COVID. Then there's also a category intertwined with that, which has to do with office closures. And then, of course, anything related to a potential COVID exposure as well. So we have some coding in the system that tells us that the distance learning is actually the last on the list in terms of what has been coded that this admin leave has been used for. It is being used for this purpose, but it is actually out of the 4 categories, it's the least used.
So do you have an estimate as to how many numbers of hours of admin leave have been captured in each of those categories so far?
Yes, we do. We do have a report that we've run to date. Of course, we would probably like to give you a report that's a little bit more recent because this was run probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Certainly, we can provide that as information after this meeting. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I can tell you that what the categories were and the highest amounts. But certainly, we can provide that exact information to you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I mean, I think the disaccommodation of 15 weeks of leave for one category of employees only, those who are parents with kids in school, is interesting. And I'm just curious to see if it's being utilized, and if it's possible to break it down by department. I think that would also be interesting if there are certain areas of potentially high need but not deemed essential employees, like whether it's being captured in certain areas. So, I mean, there's still a lot of work that we have to get done every day at the states. So taking off an entire semester could be difficult for some departments or agencies. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
And, we just want to make sure we hold on to our good employees. It's hard to find them. So with that, are there other questions from other committee members at this time on these items?
Madam Chairwoman, if I might.
Dr. Titus?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure we go back to the one question about how much of our state dollars were freed up with this CARES Act money. And I really hope that we do get an answer on that sooner than later, maybe before this meeting is over. That would be good if Susan could get back, or if Ms. Brown could get back to us. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Dr. Titus. One of my closing comments before I took the motion and the vote on this was to ask Ms. Brown to be able to work with our staff and provide that to us as soon as possible. Everybody's doing 2 and 3 people's jobs right now, trying to keep up with everything. So as soon as she can get that number back to us, I'm sure we're all interested in it. It was going to be one of my closing questions. So I'm sure as soon as she can, she will. So with that, are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Swank.
I just have a quick follow-up on Senator Keycapper's question. I just wanted to confirm that this admin leave is not available only to state employees with children, correct? It's available to all state employees.
Leslie Moncamp for the record. Yes, it is available to all state employees. However, there are different uses that are allowed as part of the admin leave. This includes if you, it's part of the admin leave bucket, so to speak. This would include if you literally are taking sick leave due to the fact that you have COVID, or you suspect, maybe you're getting tested for it. That would include that category. There's another category for anyone who has to take this admin leave due to the fact they're high risk and there's no ability to telework or anything like that. They would use this admin leave for that. The other, and again, that's pretty minimal that we're finding in that group. We do know that also there's potential exposures that occur. You might be just going along just fine and get a potential exposure in your household, or something like that, and you would need to remove yourself from the work environment and take that admin leave to get tested or to stay quarantined. That would also be part of this leave. And then the fourth category is the what we're considering school or daycare closures. So it would be anything where you're having to work around school or daycare closures and you're unable to telework or something like that. And that would be the fourth category. This is all underneath the admin leave bucket.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Swank. Any other questions from any committee members at this time?
Madam Chair, just to clarify that point.
Senator Kickeper.
Thank you. So is the, Ms. Mullenkamp, is the total amount of leave across those categories equal? I mean, I've only seen this memo specifically related to educational needs. So, is it 15 weeks unilaterally across all those categories? Because I know that things like sick leave and leave for exposures and things like that are all sort of broken out separately within that memo.
Leslie Mollenkamp for the record. Yes, what we have is that this has been, the framework of this has been modeled after what was allowed or the changes that occurred in the federal act that expanded the family medical leave. And so what it is that each different category has a different allowance. Part of the review for the governor's finance office is to make sure that each of these different buckets, so to speak, are adhered to differently. So for example, if somebody's claimed or made the claim for any kind of admin leave and it's related to school closures, they have that 15-week period, and that is modeled and based after federal legislation that allows for that. The other areas, such as a quarantine event, that is limited to 80 hours, so basically 2 weeks. And so if we've seen that an employee has taken more, or a PCN is listed as having more hours than those 80, we reach out to the agencies to confirm that this is a possible 2 events back to back, because again, those types of situations can occur, and we document every single one of those. So each situation is different, and as part of the governor's finance office, our job is to verify and document that so that the Treasury has all of the justification of this allowance and that it meets the federal act and the intent behind it.
Madam Chair, Senator Kiekefer, may I jump in? This is Laura Freed. I serve as the Director of the Department of Administration. And
Yes,
as
Ms.
the
Freed, go
person-
ahead.
Thank you. As a person whose office issued a lot of these memos, I feel like I should jump in and provide some clarity on this one. The state's policy on paid admin leave is described in Nevada Administrative Code 284-589. And previous to the pandemic, an appointing authority, so any department, could grant paid admin leave due to the closure of the employee's office or work site caused by a pandemic, as well as a school or daycare service center attended by the employee's dependent child as the result of a pandemic. That was a bit limiting. So on what administration did was issue an emergency regulation to amend 284-589 to expand the authority of agencies to grant paid admin leave under certain circumstances. So, excuse me. So the new language that was adopted by the Personnel Commission in June says, to the extent not already covered in NAC 284-589 that was pre-existing, during any period in which a state of emergency or declaration of a disaster has been proclaimed pursuant to NRS 414-070, an appointing authority may grant admin leave with pay to an employee for purposes related to health and safety. That was the first thing the administration did. The next thing was, well, and I continue as circumstances changed, to issue guidance memos. And so in late August, my office issued another guidance memo related to distance learning and daycare. And so the first thing it says is that teleworking is encouraged to continue where feasible for both essential and non-essential employees. And I want to make a distinction here between essential and non-essential. That's described in the memo, which can be found on the administration's website. If you go to admin.nb.gov, right at the top, right, it says memos related to COVID-19, and you can find all of them there. Anyway, for non-essential employees only, paid admin leave is authorized for a maximum hourly equivalent up to 15 weeks for distance learning purposes and childcare purposes. And so that applies to non-essential folks. And what's the definition of non-essential? Well, we borrowed the federal Families First Coronavirus Relief Act definition to distinguish between non-essential and essential. And that's really up to individual department heads to decide who is and who isn't. Now, to Leslie's previous comments about paid admin leave for COVID episodes, COVID testing, and quarantine and isolation, she's right that it's 80 hours, but it's 80 hours per episode. So if, for example, somebody gets COVID in the office, they go out on paid admin leave for COVID and they code that to COVID illness until they're released from isolation by the health authority. The people around them who might have been exposed to them get admin leave for going to get a COVID test. And if that's negative, they're off admin leave and they can come back into the office. So I hope that clarifies a bit, and we're all available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Freed. We appreciate that. Any other questions from any committee members? Senator Kekeffer, I believe your question was answered.
Absolutely. I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, that's great. And I'm glad this is video archived so that I can go back and listen to it over again because it is very confusing. So with that, are there any other comments or questions from any other committee members before we move forward on items number 320 and 64? Hearing none, with that, I would go ahead and accept a motion from Speaker Frierson on these three items and take a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, we'll go to Mr. Kompotek to call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. We'll now go to item number 5 that was pulled by Dr. Titus. If we have someone available for that item, if we could go ahead and get them queued up. And we'll just go straight to questions since this was pulled.
Good morning. This is Jessica Adair with the Attorney General's Office. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Adair. Thank you very much for being available. Dr. Titus, if you'd like to ask your question.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Adair, thank you for being on. I just had a question about what is the purpose of this outside counsel and who is the outside counsel? I looked at the extra notes that were submitted with requests, and I couldn't find an explanation on who, what, where, why type of thing. And so could you give a little more detail on it, please?
Absolutely. So the purpose, Jessica Adair, for the record, the purpose of this request is to offset expenditures which would otherwise be an obligation of the statutory contingency fund. CFO Jessica Hoban, who is also on the line today, provided documentation to LCP staff in regards to this item, including what we had paid for outside counsel in state fiscal year 20 as of May, with the exception of fees related to outside counsel and nuclear waste experts for Yucca Mountain licensing and plutonium litigation, which is paid for out of a separate budget account. In that spreadsheet, you will find a list of vendors who we did use and the amounts that we did pay for the past state fiscal year. Currently, we use that as a projection for costs for this fiscal year, which is how we came to that amount. These funds are not earmarked for any particular case at this time. I'll just note that this was part of a larger arrangement that we came to with the Governor's Finance Office during the first special session to use settlement funds to assist the state in the fiscal emergency. So while this particular item does not reduce the burden to general fund, we knew this summer that the statutory contingency fund would be under great strain due to obvious reasons, and we wanted to assist the state, but also ensure that we could continue to pay our bills to outside counsel, particularly as we have several cases that require the Attorney General's office by statute to use outside counsel due to legal conflicts. For some reason, this item and item 7 on the agenda for today didn't make it into the budget bill, so we had to submit work programs to get this done. But the remainder of legally available settlement funds were swept to the general fund during the in the budget bill. So I think that answered your question. If you look at attachment A that was submitted with this particular item, it does provide an accounting of what we had paid in the last fiscal year. And
right, I am. Yeah, and I think I am looking at attachment A, which says break this down. So it's not really the council, it's for expenses more related to the council. I'm looking for like a travel, operations, equipment. But what particular cases were these related to? Because the request was for pay outside counsel. So it doesn't look like it's actually going to any particular firm, or it's just for expenses for those outside firms and not any one particular case. Is it more looks like a kind of a smorgasbord of expenses rolled into this request?
Jessica Deere for the record. Yes, so these funds aren't earmarked for any particular case at this time. We would like to have this available in the so we don't have to continue to go to statutory contingency fund and request the funding because we're just frankly concerned that the statutory contingency fund is under great strain at this time, and we were trying to help the statutory contingency fund by not having to go for that funding every time. So, but in terms of the particular cases that we have, if you see those vendors, those are the cases that are ongoing at this time, and all of those vendors have to be approved by the Board of Examiners for those particular cases.
So along that line then, if I might, so if these are ongoing cases, then are we to expect more requests in the future? Is this just keeping current on our expenses? What do we really anticipate if these are online cases? I mean, what do you anticipate the real costs are going to be?
Jessica Deere for the record, that is what we anticipate, this amount, unless something happens, which we cannot anticipate, such as new litigation or a turn of events in ongoing litigation that we don't anticipate at this time. That's what we project this amount, this $177,500, and we use the past fiscal year for that projection.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Okay, with that, I believe Senator Settlemyre had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a follow-up on that one. I myself am not familiar enough with all the litigation that the Attorney General's office is involved with. And I was wondering, is there any way we could get some more details? I may not necessarily support, but I could support certain cases. But yeah, there are other cases I know the Attorney General has entered into that I find problematic. So I was wondering if they might be able to tell us what seats 22536 and all these other citations are on that attachment A, since I'm not familiar with them.
Jessica Deere for the record. Thank you, Senator.
Ms. Deere, before you answer, Senator Settlemyre, it's not up to IFC to second guess the Attorney General on the cases that he takes and the work that he does. He brings his budget to us like everybody else does. And I appreciate the fact that they are trying to use settlement dollars. We have incentivized them to do so that they're not coming to the contingency fund. We don't get to pick and choose how this goes forward. We're here to basically discuss item number 5 and the request to use settlement funds to be able to continue to do the work that they're already doing. So Ms. Adair, if you'd like to go ahead and proceed from there, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Adair for the record. I can say with 99.9% certainty that all of these cases are, we're using outside counsel to defend the state from litigation. So, for example, several of the cases on this list are in regards to lawsuits against the Department of Taxation and particular employees, where the Attorney General's office is required by statute to provide defense. There was also litigation regarding the collective bargaining bill that was passed. So this is defensive. These are defensive actions where the AG's office has either elected or been required to use outside counsel due to legal conflicts. It is not litigation where we are the plaintiffs.
Thank you for that answer.
Any other questions from any other committee members at this time on this particular item? Hearing none, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Adair, for being here, and thank you in the office for using those settlement funds to ease some of the stress on the contingency account as we move forward towards the next session. So with that, I would go ahead and take a motion to process this item. And Dr. Titus, since you pulled it.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be a no, so I will not move to approve.
Madam Chair, a
Madam
motion.
Chair,
Yes, Ms. Benitez Thompson.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Benitez Thompson. I have a motion from Ms. Benitez Thompson.
And I will second.
From Senator Woodhouse. Any questions or comments on the motion?
Madam Chair, can I make a comment?
Senator Kickefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the backup documents, it indicates that in coming to this estimate, they used a case where my employer, McDonald Corona, was retained as outside counsel. This money is not going to any set case, so it's not going to be dedicated to that firm. So I don't feel like there's a conflict at this point, so I'm prepared to vote.
And thank you for the information, Senator. We appreciate that. So with
Madam Chair.
Senator Sendelmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it is our job to make sure that funds are used frugally, and I do not believe at this time there's enough information to prove that, and I will be voting no. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we have a motion in a second, so I will ask Mr. Kompotek to call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
No.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
No.
Assemblyman Haven.
No.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
No.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
No.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotic. So with that, I believe we can go to items number 8 and 9, Office of the Treasurer. Make sure I have everything. Yep, I have that correct. So with that, if we could queue up the appropriate person, please.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. This is Tara Hagan with the State Treasurer's Office.
Good morning. If you could give us a brief overview and then we'll turn it over to committee members for questions. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. We are requesting $65,520 from the College Savings Endowment Fund, which is the companion work program that you see, to enter into a contract with the customer for a customer relationship management software for our college savings division. This is needed now as obviously we move from the face-to-face outreach events to the virtual environment. And this software will allow us to modernize our processes and communications with our Nevada participants across all of our programs. And just to give you a sense of the scope of that, we have nearly 300,000 Nevada participants in 4 main programs, which include the prepaid tuition program, the GGMS scholarship, the college kickstart, and then 5 529 savings plans, and also the student loan ombudsman programs, which are now siloed in 9 separate communication systems. So this will allow for one comprehensive system to better coordinate that communication and outreach to all of our Nevada participants. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All righty. Before I open it up for questions, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So you would be using these funds out of the endowment account, and that is the account that funds the Millennium Scholarship. Is that correct?
No, the College Savings Endowment Fund is actually funded by our outside 529 savings partners, not the GGMS account.
So this is the 529 account?
Correct. This is the College Savings Endowment account that funds the administration of our College Savings Division, and it's paid for by our revenue contracts with our 529 investment partners.
Okay, when I see endowment account, I naturally go to Millennium Scholarship. So I just wanted to make sure that we had that clear. So with that, I think I'll go to Ms. Benitez Thompson for questions.
Thank you so much. So I guess that one of the biggest questions we would have is that the upfront cost coming from the endowment account is not that great. It looks like $65,520 in item 8, and then the same amount coming out of item 9. So part from the trust and then part from the endowment. But it does look like that you also have an agency request of $22,000 each year, the biennium, for ongoing maintenance and cost update of this, or the maintenance cost for this. So I guess talk to me why we would do this now at IFC versus waiting for the legislative process where we could talk more about kind of the bigger package of costs that might be associated with this.
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Tara Hagan, for the record. And just one quick correction, that actually ongoing expenses are closer to about $5,500. So just to put a note into that, and it's actually coming from the endowment into, it's just the one account, which is the College Savings Endowment account, and that's that companion program that moves it from the endowment. Think of that as a savings account where we park that money into the administration.
Thank you for that, yeah.
And so it's due now, we're consistently interacting with a larger audience just due to this move to the new all virtual environment. And this just allows us more quicker and more targeted availability of that outreach for those 300,000 participants, like I said, which the information is now siloed into 9 different places. And so this would just make this more effective as we target those communications and get them out more quickly, just being in this virtual environment that is that much more just automatic, if you will.
If I could follow up, Madam Chair, and when you talk about targeted communications, we talk a lot about the marketing cost associated with these programs. I guess, and I see in my documents discussion about social media and integration with social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and all of that. So I guess tell me why that kind of communication wouldn't fall into the existing marketing contracts that are out there.
Thank you, Tara Hagan, for the record. This will allow our marketing contractor to more effectively reach out to Nevada families with that targeted communication, where they are, and also provide the marketing contractor with that comprehensive system to pull the information from all of the 300,000 Nevada families. So it actually is a tool that that our marketing contractor will utilize as an additional channel to reach Nevada families.
Those are a couple of the questions I have, Madam Chair. I can leave it open to other members if they have any.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Benitez-Thompson. Senator Dennis, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this particular program, I guess it's called SHI, the CRM, right? This is an off-the-shelf program?
Tara Hagan, for the record, that is correct.
So, and currently you don't have one. So this is like you're starting, you've got a bunch of different little databases, but you don't have a CRM. Is that right?
Tara Hagan, for the record, that's absolutely correct.
And then, so you're going to take all of this data that you have and it's going to be integrated into this system, right? And how long is that going to take?
Tara Hagan, for the record. In communications with the contractor, it's a fairly easy and seamless integration because it's some pretty high-level data that we can take from those 8 different systems and get them integrated, get that information integrated into the CRM quite quickly. So our understanding is that's only about maybe a month's process.
So is there any customization that needs to occur, or are you just going to use the system the way it works and just bring the data into that?
Tara Hagan, for the record, it is where there's zero customization. It is really just pretty plain vanilla, which we're going to utilize that CRM for.
Okay, and then so why this particular product versus other CRMs that are out there?
Tara Hagan, for the record, a couple reasons for that. This is actually a master services agreement with our purchasing division, and quite honestly, it was much, much more cost effective than the other systems that we looked for. The other systems were 3 to 4 times this cost.
So if this is part of our master agreement, does that mean someone else is using this already currently?
Tara Hagan, for the record, that's correct. We actually had conversations. The governor's office switched the CRM system approximately a year ago, and in conversations with them, they've been very happy with this product. They also found some cost savings, and so that was another primary driver, if you will, for utilizing this particular software.
Did the governor's office in your discussions with them talk about any issues that they had when they switched to this?
Tara Hagan, for the record, great question. We did talk about that because they were moving from an existing CRM to a new CRM, and which we're not doing. So obviously they had a little bit heavier lift than we think we did, and they did not have any problems. They've had great support and been very satisfied with the system.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. That's the questions that I have for now. A lot of times when we talk about computer systems, we're talking about doing some new stuff and customization. I'm comfortable in that at least this is something that's already a proven product. They're not having to customize, they're just bringing their data into it. So that answers my questions on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Dennis. I'll go to Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple comments that I'd like to make sure we put on the record. It is my understanding that the endowment fund could be used for the Millennium Scholarship, and then that would offset general fund appropriations during the session. I know that over time, the Millennium Scholarship was funded with a combination of tobacco settlement funds and unclaimed property funds. And we have used endowment funds to shore up the account. So we have also put one-time general fund appropriations in the account to shore up the Millennium Scholarship. So endowment funds could be used instead of general fund appropriations in the 2021 legislative session. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm correct on that, but mostly too, that we have it on the record as you all go into the next session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any response from the Treasurer's Office?
Sorry, Tara Hagan for the record. Yes, the college savings endowment funds have been used in the past to shore up the GGMS scholarship account.
Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing no other questions or comments from other committee members, I do have concerns about this item. Typically, we don't do these types of things at the IFC level. These are built into contracts. I'm surprised it wasn't already included in a current contract. However, I do understand the change in the environment. I believe this could wait till next session to get done, but it seems to be a small enough amount of money, but yet when you look at $65,000 at a Millennium at 10,000 a piece, that's 6 scholarships there that we know next session we're going to be looking for every dollar possible to make sure that we can at least keep status quo going forward. So, Ms. Benitez Thompson, you had started with the questioning. Did you have any other questions? Or
No, I guess we might want to get some clarification on the record because I think it's our staff's understanding that there would be a $22,000 cost in each year of the biennium or maintenance of this. And it sounds like we had their staff say it's closer to 5,500. So I think that would make a difference if we are, you know, if it's just going to be a one-time $65,000 cost and then 5,500 for maintenance. To me, that seems a little bit different than $65,000 cost and then 22 each year to support it, and the opportunity cost that would be potentially not dollars that we could allocate or pull in and allocate into the Millennium Scholarship. So if there could be some discussion from the Treasurer's staff about the ongoing costs, I think that might be helpful.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Tara Hagan for the record. Certainly, I will reach out to staff today to clarify the ongoing biennium costs.
Ms. Benitez Thompson, is that good for you?
I guess I just heard that staff would get back to us on the biennium cost.
Sorry, Tara Hagan again for the record. Certainly, happy to reach out to staff and just clarify that amount, sort of what they're seeing versus what we're seeing, just to make sure that we're 100% on the same page.
Okay, so I guess, Madam Chair, I'll leave it. Yeah.
Well, Ms. Benitez Thompson, I
Information before both, and I don't know what other person's comfort level is, and I don't want to assume anything.
I think not being able to clarify that, Ms. Hoffman, can you shine a little light on this? What is the actual ongoing cost? As far as you know, I think it will be hard for folks to cast a vote if they're not sure what the actual amount is and what the actual ongoing cost is. So I think we really need to clarify that if we can, please.
Madam Chair, for the record, Sarah Kaufman. The amount that has been identified, that was 20, see if I can find it in my notes. $22,097 was included in the agency request budget that was submitted and is available online. I can't confirm the ongoing costs that Ms. Hagan has provided, but that was what was included in the agency request budget.
So Ms. Coffin, that amount is in the agency request budget for the next biennium.
That is correct.
So it would be the amount that they're asking for today, and then they're requesting the ongoing cost in the next biennium. So if we approve this today, we have in essence said that yes, we will go ahead and approve the ongoing cost in the future, even though that will be in the next budget cycle.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Okay, thank you. The Treasurer's Office, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tara Hagan for the record. We did, after we submitted our biennium budget, we had conversations with the contractor. We were under the impression that we were going to be charged a user fee for annually, and that was our misconception. So I completely understand where Ms. Kaufman is saying based on our biennium budget, but that was actually our mistake in submitting that. I do have the number in front of me that we anticipate it will be $7,611 a year in the biennium, but we did unfortunately mistakenly overstate that in our biennium budget because we were just in contact with the contractor at that time. So we would reduce that biennium ask to closer to the $15,000 in the biennium.
And thank you very much. I'm trying to keep up with my notes also. There seems to be a little bit of confusion on this. So with that, I'll open it up to any other committee members since we've had a bit of discussion about this, about any other questions or concerns that they may have.
Madam Chair.
Senator Dennis.
Thank you. When I look at the pricing proposal, still confusing, I guess. When I see the pricing proposal on there, they have a maintenance annual upgrade subscription of $27,1920, and then a additional maintenance annual upgrades. Item G is a $27,1920. So I'm not sure why there's two of those. But how does that, I'm trying to understand how that plays into what we're talking about right now as far as the annual maintenance. They could address that.
Thank you for the question. Tara Hagan again for the record. Yeah, once again, in our conversations with the contractor, the total cost, which also includes each storage, is $7,611 annually. And that is the cost for the maintenance. Like I said, that also includes approximately a little over $2,800 for the each server storage.
So you're saying that $2,800 is just to put it on the servers, on EATS servers?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, Tara Hagan for the record. That's correct.
And the rest of that is that the $27,1920 twice, the rest that's left?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that's more clear to me. Thank you. So we're looking at a 5,000, whatever that is for, yeah, 4,400 a year, and then the additional 2,800 to EATS to our folks to store it. So, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Dennis. So I think the way that I would like to go right now with this particular item is basically we know that there's going to be a number of expeditious work programs coming to us soon. There's one that we've gotten whispers of already, and I know there'll be 2 or 3 more afterwards. So there will be more than likely, nothing's definite in this world, but more than likely there will be another meeting between now and the December meeting. And I would like the committee to say that we have basically considered this item, but we're not going to take any action today. I'd like to have staff on both sides clarify a few things for us to make sure that we know where we really are. I'm hearing some concerns that people are not quite comfortable yet, and that possibly invite the state treasurer to resubmit this item at the next meeting if those concerns have been addressed. So, Ms. Kaufman, I believe we would need to make that into a motion since we do have this listed on our agenda as an action item. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, for the record, Sarah Kaufman. I believe that you can make a motion to defer, or you can choose to take no action at this time and seek that the Treasurer's Office provide you with this information for the next IFC meeting.
And I believe that would make the committee members comfortable enough to move forward. So Senator Woodhouse?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will make that motion that we take no action today and defer until the next IFC meeting and ask the treasurer to resubmit after staff on both sides have answered the questions that have arisen today.
Thank you, Senator. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
And that was?
Assemblywoman Howdiggy.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy is the second. Questions or comments on the motion?
Madam Chair, this is Senator Dennis.
Yes.
So I think as it comes back to us, I think the other thing that would be helpful too is just to explain why. I know we got a brief definition here of why we need this, but I think it would be helpful for everyone to, we do need to modernize the system, but I think if just a little bit more justification on how this is going to help their processes, I think would be helpful. So that's what I would ask.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. And on my part, I'm not in opposition or support of this particular item. I just think I need more clarity before I can cast a vote on it. So with that, are there any other questions or comments from any other committee members? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and ask Mr. Kompotek to call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yeah, the motion was to correct, so yes.
Correct, yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Yeah, I got
Yes.
it. Assemblyman Kramer.
No.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kompotek. Appreciate that. And we'll have further discussions on this. I believe next on our list at this moment would be item number 11, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Dr. Jonathan Moore, Deputy Superintendent for Student Achievement at the Nevada Department of Education. This item is in response to stipends for our digital engineers. In response to COVID-19, the Nevada Department of Education developed what was called, or what is called, the Nevada Digital Learning Collaborative. That is an umbrella term for the support infrastructure that was built to support educators and students as they engaged in distance learning. Part of that umbrella includes the digital engineers, who are a cadre of educators who are proficient in the delivery of distance education. They provide professional development for educators across the state. They create resources that are accessible to all educators across the state. And this stipend is to support them in that work. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
With that, I believe I'll go ahead and open it up to Ms. Howdigy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, Dr. Moore, I just needed some clarification. I know the request is for $300,000 and it's going to be broken up, $100,000 for the 2020-2021 school, 2021-2022 school year. How will the department use the $200,000 for the 2021-2022 school year if school districts resume in-class in-person schooling?
Dr. Moore, for the record, Assemblywoman Howdigy, thank you for the question. So currently, even right now, we have school districts who are learning in person. And so the resources that are created not only assist with distance learning, but are also able to be incorporated during the course of teaching and learning face-to-face. And so these resources are aligned to instructional best practices. They're aligned to standards implementation. And so while they were originally created, when we shifted during the closure of school buildings, we know that we have districts and schools who are engaging in person and who are using the resources.
And so could this committee, in essence, approve $100,000 for this school year? And then the $200,000 have the governor's finance office for the 2021-2022 school year include that in their department budget for fiscal year 2022? Would that be an option?
Jonathan Moore, for the record, Assemblywoman, the reason that we're asking for the full funding to be approved now is so that we can begin work on the sub-grant agreements and ensure that those educators who are serving as digital engineers receive payment for their work.
I'm good on my end, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Howdigy. I'll go to Senator Dennis next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to dig down a little deeper. The digital engineering that's going on here, that is something that we're going to be able to use as we move forward, regardless of what happens. Is that correct?
Jonathan Moore, for the record, Assemblyman, absolutely. So right now we have school districts across the state that are engaging in 3 modes of instruction, fully at a distance. Some are fully face-to-face, and then with regard to a hybrid model. And so the resources that are being created are aligned to support teaching and learning in any of those models. And so if the entire state does return face-to-face, these resources will certainly be accessible to support teaching and learning.
So as I look at how we do education today and how we're going to have to do it moving forward, it seems to me that what we're putting in place here is the ability to be nimble if we have to change. And in addition to that, to be able to use these digital resources even without having to, in a hybrid manner or whatever manner. Am I understanding that correctly?
Jonathan, for the record, Assemblyman, you're absolutely understanding that correctly. We know that COVID-19 has completely shifted the methods in which we think about engaging and teaching and learning. And so the path forward, even beyond COVID, we know and anticipate will look very different. And so, yes, these resources are designed to support educators and students regardless of the mode of learning.
Thank you. And I appreciate trying to get ahead of this so that we're not reacting after the fact, but that we can, as we move forward, we can continue to stay ahead of it. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Dennis. Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time on item number 11? I am not hearing any questions or seeing anyone raise their hand. So with that, committee members, Ms. Howdigy, how would you like to proceed?
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
I have a motion to approve from Ms. Howdigy, second from Senator Dennis. Any other questions or comments on this motion? Hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Moore, very much for being here. And Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Silmeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. We'll move on to the next item that was pulled, item G19, and that is one that I requested. So if we could go ahead and have the appropriate person queued up, and then I'll just ask my questions. This is more about getting some things on the record. There's a lot of interest in this particular program, so I think we need to get some things on the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division, here to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acroft. I appreciate it. I would normally have just done this in a phone call, but I think it's good to have this on the record for everyone to hear it. This program is going to be helping folks who are receiving homelessness assistance to be able to actually, I believe, get possibly help get the deposit. And I believe the first month's rent, but I'm not sure about that. There's a lot of interest in this, especially with all the evictions that are going on right now. So if you could walk us through the process of how someone would reach out to get this assistance and possibly the criteria so that we're only sending the people that would fit the program to you. We have a lot going on. So I just wanted to get some of those things on the record today. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you. Steve Acroth for the record. I may miss some of this, but basically sort of the overarching procedure that's going to happen is we will be giving or providing these funds to our standard assistance providers, people like Carson City Fish, Winnemucca Domestic Violence, Clark County Social Services. So the people who are interested in obtaining this funding will go to those sub-grantees, as they have in the past. We anticipate that there may be some innovative and different solutions available. And so we are going to potentially have some non-traditional partners. We're going to have a NOFA so that if they can provide some different solutions, those subgrantees may be able to obtain some funding. They will go there to answer your questions. This can be used for deposits, first month's rent and whatnot. It can be used for rental assistance. It can be used for rapid rehousing. It can be used to place individuals in a hotel or motel for a temporary situation. So basically, it's pretty broad as far as what the homeless assistance provisions are. HUD did extend some waivers. So typical ESG funding is limited to those at 30% AMI and under households. This is now, they've changed the definition of at-risk homelessness to 50% AMI and under. And then we also can provide the funding, another waiver. Typically, we cannot provide money to the public housing authorities directly. And now with the waivers, we can put those to public housing authorities in the state. And I think I'll stop there and see if you have, if I've answered your questions.
Thank you. So this will go to the current partners that you already have. Is this strictly tied to folks who were impacted by COVID, or is this for anyone at risk of homelessness?
So Steve Acroft, for the record, I'll read you HUD's specific definition. To answer your question broadly, it is for COVID. It must be specifically used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus among individuals and families who are homeless or receiving homeless assistance, to support additional homeless assistance and homelessness prevention activities to mitigate the impacts created by coronavirus.
Okay, thank you. And that's what we needed to get on the record. The problem is we have a lot of folks who are impacted, who were not impacted by coronavirus, but are still at the risk of being homeless. So not to get on my soapbox, but there is a population out there that still needs our help, even if they weren't impacted by COVID. So unfortunately, these funds won't be for them, but hopefully it'll help free up other funds in the future. To elaborate on the housing authority issue, if the money goes to, let's say, Clark County Social Services, and a person comes for assistance that has been affected by COVID, and they are under Section 8, typically right now, we cannot use those funds to support Section 8. Would that person still be able to apply with the variance that you're doing for housing authority?
Steve Acroft again for the record, and I have my ESG expert sitting next to me, and she has indicated that they would not be eligible.
So folks that are in Section 8 will not be eligible for this funding.
Steve Acroft, that is correct.
Okay, so that's another population that we're unfortunately unable to assist. Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other questions from any other committee members on this item, I believe I've gotten answers to the questions that I had, and some of the safety net providers that are providing this assistance had. So,
Madam Chairwoman, this is Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. I was just going to ask if the department could send us their list of the subgrantees. I know they mentioned a couple, but I don't think I see, and it might be that they're pending because dollars, of course, have to be approved before they can be awarded. But I just wanted to make sure I had a good understanding of, I guess, where all the dollars are going to fall in terms of subgrantees.
Steve Acroft, just for clarity, Assemblywoman, are you talking about our traditional partners or partners that are receiving the CARES Act CRV fund for rental assistance, or both?
I think that's exactly my question. So I was left thinking okay, you talked about using your traditional partners, and then there's also the talk about anyone who has received the rental assistance. So I didn't know if that's just one group of folks, or if you, because I, like, for example, I don't think, at least I'm not sure, but I don't think Fish in Winnemucca Domestic Violence Association, which are wonderful organizations, or necessarily that first group of rental assistance subgrantees. But it sounds like they'll be eligible for these dollars. So I just didn't know if it was going to be a bigger group of folks.
Steve Acroft, for the record, should they want to provide rental assistance, they could provide rental assistance. Currently out in, we'll just use Winnemucca as an example, that's being handled through the Nevada Rural Housing Authority. That's the typical rental assistance program that we provide, or have, I shouldn't say typical, that is the CARES Act rental assistance that we have provided. It is being run through them, but those other entities could potentially use this for rental assistance for their clients, yes. And
So
we can
it
get,
will,
and we can,
whatever entities apply for these then. So I remember in the first round of funding that the state did, late spring, early summer, we did that 2 million, and that went to a nonprofits that went to United Way North and South. But then the second bigger pot of money that we did, well, that was from settlement dollars. And then the second bigger pot that we did went through the housing authority. So I was just trying to get a feel, is this going to be a mix of nonprofit and the housing authorities, or it's really going to be up to any of those entities that have received any of those dollars so far to apply?
Steve Acroft, for the record, the latter.
Thank you, Ms. Benitez Thompson. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Or on the item? Hearing none, then I would go ahead and accept a motion to process item G19.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make that motion to approve.
I'd be happy to second.
Thank you. Senator Woodhouse has made the motion. Assemblywoman Spiegel has made the second. Any questions or comments on the motion? The only comment that I would make is my job is in this world. We do a lot of this work. I'm not sure how this particular item will impact Clark County and the work that they do, and we are a partner with Clark County, so I don't believe I would need to abstain on this since it's a future thing. So I'll just in the interest of disclosure, this is the world in which I work in every day. So with that, I will go ahead and ask Mr. Kompotek to call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goicoechea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic. With that, I believe we can go ahead and move on to the next item, which is item number G21, which was pulled by Senator Kickover. If we could go ahead and have the person from the Office of Economic Development or whoever's here to answer questions on this item queued up, please.
Hi, Chair. This is Stacy Bostwick with the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the record.
Good morning, Ms. Bostwick. I'm just going to have, since Senator Kickover pulled this, just going to have him ask the question. So, Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bostwick. I appreciate you waiting for us. So this is $2 million being transferred from Dieter back to your office to maintain the OWIN Workforce Development Programming, as I understand it. So just a couple of quick, which department out of Dieter is it being transferred from? Knowing that we've got issues to deal with over in Dieter, but then also, are there any changes to the use of the funds based on the pandemic and knowing that workforce needs may have shifted somewhat since these budgets were originally approved?
Senator, thank you for the question. Stacy Bostwick again for the record. So the first part of your question, these funds are coming from the WIOA Governor's Reserve. So it's federal funds. It doesn't come from like the formula by which we support individuals who've been displaced from work in order to obtain new skills or provide other wraparound services. So it's a different bucket of money that they have. There is no modification per se in terms of the use of the funds. So we still want to honor the process in terms of how we administer the WIN fund. But in consideration of the shifts in industry, we're mindful and providing support through other mechanisms, but looking at capacity needs and emerging skills needs. So honestly, the list has not shifted much in terms of kind of the industry developments we expect to support with these dollars. If anything, the need has grown.
All right, I appreciate that. When is the next update for these programs? Do the programs have to reapply for the next budget cycle? Is that how that works?
Stacy Bostwick again for the record. So the WIN budget is established by the biennium, and so we have a reversion requirement within that, and so we can kind of usually work with programs for up to 2 years. And so we have an open enrollment. I guess if you want to call it open application would be a better word of saying that, an open application process for WIN. So as projects develop or as needs come together and you bring together those kind of industry and training provider partnerships, we can allocate those dollars as we have them available. Anything over $100,000 does go to the GOED board for approval decisions. And so that's really the only time frame that guides when money can go out.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ms. Bostwick. Ms. Carlton, that's all I have.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions from any other committee members on this particular item? Hearing and seeing none, Senator Kickover, how would you like to proceed?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
I have a motion for approval from Senator Kickover, a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotic, if you would call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benita S. Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman,
Yes.
Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. We'll go ahead and go to our next items that are listed, items number 22, 24, and 26. If we could go ahead and have the appropriate person queued up, please. How we doing?
Morning. This is Suzanne Bierman, the administrator for the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy. Do you want us to do a brief overview or just try to address
Yes,
any
please.
questions?
This is a rather complicated issue for those of us that have lived through the UPL discussions in the past. We can kind of wrap our brains around it, but if you could go ahead and walk us through these items, please, and then I'll go ahead and open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I'll start and do a very high level overview. I would say that we have our finance experts assembled in a room in Carson City up north. So definitely we'll be looking to them to add in and provide additional details. But these work programs are related to how Medicaid finances the non-federal share and supplemental payment programs, specifically the Indigent Accident Fund, which was created as a special revenue fund to assist counties with their obligation to provide medical care to indigent persons. The fund is administered by a board of trustees, and that board of trustees actually administers the revenues in the fund, but the fund itself is with the Department of Health and Human Services, and there's some overlap here between Medicaid and the director's office. But these work programs will allow the Indigent Accident Fund and the intergovernmental transfer accounts to transfer the appropriate amount of money and funding to support supplemental payment programs, approved hospital and county match obligations. So again, I know that is a really high overview, and I invite the experts in Carson, Melissa Laffer-Lewis, our ASO4 for the division, and Sarah Lamb, who most closely manages the division supplemental payment programs, to add in any additional information on the specific work programs and certainly help address questions that the committee has. So thank you for your time this morning.
All right, thank you very much. And committee members, you'll notice in our backup documents, there's a breakdown of the variances that are being proposed and impacts and distribution to the funding to the different counties. So that information is available in your backup. So I guess my first question would be, as you were working through this item and this issue, meeting with the different folks that will be impacted by this issue, how did those meetings go? What was the feedback? And just the group that worked on this to be able to come to this decision. If someone's speaking, I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm just checking. I know that I got a text that they were having technical difficulties. Melissa, are you and Sarah able to address this question for us?
Can you I see people feverishly texting, so I'm assuming there's technical difficulties.
There is. I'm sorry,
yes.
Madam Chair. I wasn't in these meetings directly, so I'm hoping that we can get our experts on and resolve our technical problems. I apologize.
I can move on to another question for now and give them a moment, and hopefully it's one that can be answered. I guess the next question after that would have been, with these proposed changes, do we anticipate any access to care issues with the indigent accident fund? I know the difference that's being made is just the $8 million, but was there any discussion about the access to care issues that might possibly occur?
Well, I can say that we've broadly looked at access to care issues as the division has recently updated its access monitoring and review plan. I know that our finance team in Carson is actually calling in. I don't remember specific components of that conversation related specifically to the IAF count issue particularly, but I do know that the division has broadly looked at access to care issues and actually updated a report in submission to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to go along with our recently submitted state plan amendment. So it's something that we're monitoring very closely across the board, making sure that Nevadans still are able to access healthcare services.
Okay. Are we able to have folks call in?
Can you hear now?
A little bit louder, and that'll be great.
Okay. Sorry about that. We had a bit of technical difficulties this morning. So just to kind of loop back to the access to care question, as Suzanne indicated, the division is working on or has reviewed our access to care monitoring plan. We are not currently aware that supplemental payments have an impact on the access to care monitoring plan requirements. And these particular work programs would be a change to the supplemental payment program. So hopefully that answers one of your questions.
Okay, thank you. And the first question?
So the first question,
on the proposal?
Yes, so we actually have Dagny Stapleton, who is the executive director with NACO here, that was in attendance at that board meeting.
Hi, good morning, committee members. Dagny Stapleton, the executive director of NACO. Yeah, and I can address that question. So NACO, this program, the Indigent Accident Fund program, lives with NACO. We administer the fund and staff the board. And every year when the board decides how to allocate the funds to the different uses, mainly the assistance to counties with their long-term care and the dollars that then go to get leverage for the supplemental payments to hospitals, the board has that decision. This year, for the way that the board decided to allocate those funds, we did have discussions with the hospitals prior to that meeting. I believe in your packet are the minutes to that meeting where the decision was made for this year. And so you're able to see the discussion there. But the board had a robust discussion about this and in fact adjusted the amount down from what they had initially proposed for the allocation to counties versus through the state to hospitals to ensure that the impact was a little less initially for this year to hospitals. And of course, the allocation is critically important to counties to help them meet their costs for the Medicaid long-term care program, which is of course nursing home care for our most vulnerable.
Thank you.
Question, I'd be happy to expand on that.
Okay. Committee members, other questions on this item? Senator Kickover?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have an issue with the items. I wanted clarification though on something that was just stated. I think we heard that
Get me,
that supplemental
get me like
payments don't have
Angus Dave double with fries and.
You're still online. Whoever was just speaking, your microphone is still on.
If you want to order me a burger too, that sounds great. I'm sorry, but I think what I heard was that the supplemental payments aren't used as a part of the calculation or a part of the evaluation of access to care. Is that because they aren't sort of included in the matrix or the formula? That just doesn't seem to make sense to me. I mean, all these dollars are sort of fungible when they get into the hospital's hands, right?
Thank you for the question. This is Melissa Laffer-Lewis. Yes, so essentially the access to care monitoring plan focuses more on the actual fee schedules and rates by provider type versus a state's individual supplemental payment programs.
All right, so it's just it's so so your statement was just based on that. Is that it's not included in the sort of formula that you look at when evaluating access to care?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
So to make it a little simpler, the access to care you were talking about is the baseline. The supplemental is anything in addition to that would deal with outstanding costs to the hospitals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Other questions from other committee members?
Madam Chair, I had a question. Sorry.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Assemblywoman Neal. Yes. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, it's fine. The crazy day. I just had a question on the distribution amount that was going to Clark County, the 5 million. Like it was stated that they were going to leverage that, and I guess I haven't fully like read all the backup information. But what are they leveraging it for and to do with the underserved populations in Clark?
Hi, Assemblywoman Dagny Stapleton from NACO for the record. Thank you for the question. I believe, I'm not sure you're referring to the distribution directly to Clark County to help them with their Medicaid long-term care responsibility, or for the
If you could, and I hate to interrupt, but if you could speak up, I'm having a hard time hearing you and I've got it turned all the way up.
Sure thing, I'll speak up. Dagny Stapleton again for the record from NACO. Thank you, Assemblywoman Neal, for the question. In terms of the allocation to Clark County, there is an allocation that will go to Clark County. And I have those numbers. And there's also an allocation then that will go to UMC. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the rest of your question about that allocation to Clark County.
So thank you, Ms. Stapleton. The question was, what are they going to leverage it for, right? So I'm looking at the chart that says that their distribution is going to be the roughly five and a half out of the 8 million that's going to the counties. But what are going to be the specific uses that they're applying it for? Is that in the backup?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. I can follow up. That money is used for Clark County to pay, for all the counties to pay their match, or the state match essentially, for the Medicaid program for long-term care. So those dollars will be a portion, not the majority portion, but a portion of the dollars that Clark County pays to the state for that program. Those dollars then, when the state receives them, are leveraged and used to pull down the federal match to fund the Medicaid long-term care program.
Okay, so Madam Chair, can I have just a really quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead, Assemblywoman.
So on the long-term care piece, this whole, I'm trying to get an understanding. So will this go to folks that are in actual long-term care facilities that are on Medicaid, and this will help the cost?
Yes. Assemblywoman Dagny Stapleton, thank you. Yes, absolutely. That is what those funds go to. They go to fund Medicaid patients in nursing homes, as well as home and community-based waiver to support folks in the community with long-term care needs. And I might ask Medicaid to follow up on that with more detail on what it pays for.
Yeah, this is Melissa Locker Lewis. Thank you for the question. So essentially, the counties are responsible for the non-federal share of the indigent population for those individuals residing in a nursing facility or in a home and community-based setting. So these funds would fund the non-federal share of those expenditures. It would not result in a payment to those actual patients. So I just wanted to provide that clarification.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand, because I was just trying to figure out if you know, the percentage increase, number one, and then how much of that increase was tied to COVID patients that may now be in long-term care facilities that are on Medicaid. But that's something you guys can follow up with me. I mean, I know that's a huge issue in terms of our elderly population that was hit in the recent months.
Madam Chair?
I do have some folks in the queue, so I'll go to Dr. Titus next, and then Senator Spearman after. So Dr. Titus, you're next in the queue.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I need some clarification, just I guess for everybody's sake, and as I'm reading through this, there's a lot of different programs that we're talking about, and this really isn't about access to care. This is about paying for care that has already happened. Is that not correct?
Thank you for the question. That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so I've heard that access to care thrown around. I want to make sure people know that these are expensive, incurred already by these facilities that have no reimbursement source. And so we're talking about different funds here. The indigent hospital care budget is different than the indigent accident fund. And so what happens if somebody in a county is hurt, or we in Lyon County, we from our ER, we send somebody that's a resident of Lyon County out to a hospital, regardless of where it is in our state. That person has no funds. They're not already a Medicaid recipient. Then there needs to be some offset because the county is responsible for their own folks. Then there needs to be some offset of the expense to the county that transferred that person out. Is that what I'm understanding?
So in terms of the county, so the IAF hospital fund, and I apologize, I may tag a friend here. I'm Sarah Lamb will assist with answering that question.
Could you repeat the last part of your question? I apologize.
Right. So thank you. So I might clarify. So these funds were initially to offset county's expenses when we had an indigent person needing care that was transferred to another facility or out of the county, or even to our hospital within our county. The county then is the ultimate person, the ultimate body responsible for the indigent care. And so the funds were created to offset some of that cost of care that has already been realized. Is that not correct?
Yes. For the record, this is Sarah Lamb. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, because there's different pots of money here, and we're talking about nursing home, but we're also talking about people in an acute care settings that to offset the cost of their care. And again, not access to care. Care has already been given. And so with no clear, if there's no if that's not right, then that's what was my question, Madam Chairwoman, just to make sure that people understood this was already care given, not access to care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that's the reason why we had that on there, so that we would make sure that there wasn't a perception that this would have an impact on access to care. So thank you, Dr. Titus, for clarifying that. I believe I have Senator Spearman next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think she may have answered it already, but my question would be, so those who have already accessed care, and I'm looking here at the chart, it goes up to FY21. People having access to care, this is a snapshot in time. Those people who have already accessed and the cost that's realized. What happens 21 and beyond? Are we still talking about the same formula being used? Because I've got the same concerns that Senatorwoman Neal did. We have a number of people who it'll take a while for them to recover from COVID-19. I have a friend here, as a matter of fact, who is still recovering. He's having difficulty walking and respiratory issues and that sort of thing. Receive care from the medical portion, but there are others who are having the same issues, and they don't have access to the VA. Am I making sense?
Senator Spearman, Dagny Stapleton, for the record, thank you for the question, and I'll start, and maybe Medicaid can back me up. But there's of course, likely a growing need because of COVID for this type of care. We actually did an actuarial study of the increased obligation of counties and the growth in the need for this care for this population. And it's estimated to increase almost 5% a year and over 300% over 30 years. And so it is a growing need, and this program, at least for counties, for the portion that we pay, the ability to access these funds helps us to pay for that and helps us to meet that need and to support this program that all counties contribute to. And I don't know if Medicaid has anything to add on to that. Yeah, so from a Medicaid perspective, this is Melissa Lawfer-Lewis. So essentially the county indigent program would maintain in place for those individuals that meet the requirements. However, in the event a recipient or an individual needs long-term care that is not considered a part of the county indigent program, they still would receive the medical care required as long as it was deemed medically necessary and covered in the Medicaid state plan.
Yeah, and I guess, go on.
My apologies.
No, go on, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that services are available in the event that the individual is in need.
And so, and I guess, Dagny, I guess you got my email, but yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for if there is some type of an actuarial template formula, because what we're talking about right now is a snapshot in time. But we also know that Nevada is one of the 41 states that's going in the wrong direction for new cases. And so beyond 21, is there something we need to be thinking about right now? Is there something we need to be doing? How are we preparing for the additional folks who will need that? Because whoever's receiving this care right now in 21, there's a real good possibility that if they're a long hauler, they may be experiencing some of the same symptoms, if not the same, then some are more severe in 22, 23, and going forward. So that's my question. I understand this is what we're talking about right now is care that's already received, but this is a snapshot in time. We know that people are having a real difficult time just trying to hang on, and we have no idea when the CARES Act or the HEROES Act will be passed by the Senate. So by the time all of that happens, we may have some more people that qualify as indigents within our county. So I'm looking at long term. If you don't have the answer now, then that's okay. I just want to make sure that we're considering that because it will come up again.
Thank you, Senator Spearman. This is Melissa Lawfer-Lewis. And unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you today, but we are absolutely monitoring those expenses on a monthly basis, as well as, you know, we just submitted our agency request budget, and there are a lot of unknowns in the Medicaid budget. We do know that people may potentially be sicker for longer as a result of COVID, which directly affects our finances. So that is something that we are monitoring on an ongoing basis, and it is high on our priority list. So thank you. And I would, if I can just add to that, Madam Chair and Senator Dagny Stapleton, again for the record, that as I mentioned, we did do an actuarial study of this, and you know, COVID included, these costs are projected to increase year over year. The county assessments for this program, which absolutely I'm assuming will be serving and probably already is some COVID patients and patients recovering from COVID, but those costs to counties increased 45% across the state from FY19 to FY21. And so in terms of the long-term conversation about how counties meet that need and pay for those costs, as well as the need for the Medicaid state program, that's the long-range conversation. It's one that counties have, and it's part of the reason why this fund is so critical for us, because it helps us meet that need and those increasing costs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time?
Madam Chair, I don't have a question, just a quick comment.
Yes, Ms. Benitez Thompson.
Thanks so much. And so just, I just think that this is actually a really good example of how we leverage dollars and kind of move dollars from one place to another to better ensure a continuity of care. And you look at the minutes of the Board of Trustees and the conversation they had, and obviously this was a very tricky conversation because some folks some entities are losing money, hospitals, and then the counties are, the shares being affected, and they have an honest conversation about that. But in the end, it means better resources for everyone, right? Because then if the hospitals have the ability to move these patients from those acute beds into long-term care or into a group home, then that frees up those beds. And obviously patients want to be in, the best type of setting that they can get. And you have, lots of people on Friday afternoons trying to move people into group homes who don't need to be in that hospital level of care. And these are big dollars that are moving around. So I just want to acknowledge the board's work on this and the fact that everyone, it was a unanimous vote, even those entities that are losing money. And in the long run, it makes sense. We know we have to do more, but in the long run, this makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Benitez Thompson. Any other questions or comments from any other committee members on these three items at this time? If not, I would go ahead and accept a motion to approve these three items. I'll take that from Ms. Benitez Thompson and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Are there any other questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, seeing none. Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdagi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. Just so that the committee knows kind of what the game plan is, it's almost 11:30. We have two more items under G. I'd like to get those items done and out of the way. And if it's okay with the committee, I'd prefer to take a short break today and then come back and try to power through the rest of these items to get done at a reasonable time. So that's kind of the game plan. So we'll go ahead and finish up item number G and then take a quick break, especially for staff and those in broadcasting. They're going to need a break. We've been at it for 2.5 hours now. So with that, I believe we can go to item number 49. Department.
Vote. We need a vote.
I'm sorry?
We need a vote on these items we just heard. We're good.
I'm sorry, mine is breaking up.
So we just took all three, so we're good to move on, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, all were together. So with that, It threw me a curve. Item number 49, Dieter. So with that, if we could go ahead and ask our Dieter person to be queued up.
Videos.
And if folks could go on mute, we're getting a lot of key clicking. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
To do something. They may have to allow.
Here we are.
There we go.
Ms. Caffaretta, welcome.
Thank you.
So if you'll give us a brief overview and then we'll do questions.
Great. For the record, this is Elisa Caffaretta. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I am the acting director for DETR, the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. I'm here with my team, Jenny Castleman, who is our new deputy director, Chris Sewell, who is our legislative liaison, and Kitty DeSocio, who is our chief finance officer. This item is we were ordered by the court to pay the special master fees for the hearing that we are currently in Washoe County. We are requesting an amount that would cover both of the sets of fees from the special master to the court. We originally were ordered to pay the first amount, which was about $65,000. Yesterday, the court ordered us to pay the balance of the special master's invoice, which brings us up to this total amount. So essentially, we're looking for authority to cover all of the fees, which we were anticipating we would be ordered to pay. So that's what this item is, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Caffaretta. I will go to Ms. Monroe Moreno for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Caffaretta, for the update. As you stated that you went to court yesterday, could you let us know the specific amounts that you were ordered to pay? Was the total the full 60? Were there any adjustments for any overstated fees on previous invoices or duplicate invoices?
I don't have the documentation from yesterday. So, yes, this is Kitty DeSocio, the Chief Financial Officer, for the record. I do not have the paperwork that was agreed upon yesterday. And yes, there was a discrepancy in what we originally thought we were going to have to pay. There's a difference of $2,700 of what we should be paying versus what the court ordered us to pay. So that the amount is for the work program was $111,000 to cover the invoice that was duplicated. We anticipate only paying $108,000. I can give you the change if you want, but I didn't receive the paperwork as of yesterday with the additional court order, but I will definitely follow up today and make sure that that is accurate and we are not paying duplicative invoices.
Thank you. So I just wanted to confirm that the court did approve the amended invoice with the lower amount, 108,000, just over 108,000, correct?
This is Elisa Caffaretta for the record. We are in conversations with them to clarify the amount in the order. I do not believe that has been finalized yet. So we're working with them to pay the correct amount, but based on the order of the court, we have to ask for this full authority. We believe we will be able to get the correct invoices and an updated order to reflect that. But we also need to have the authority to pay what's currently being demanded in the court order.
Okay, I think I'd like to, and Ms. Monroe Moreno, I think I'd like to go to Ms. Kaufman to clarify this so that we know the exact amount that we're voting on. So Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Sarah Kaufman, LCB Fiscal. Yes, you are correct. Our staff had found a duplicate invoice in the amount of $2,638, which would bring the amount that is requested from the $111,154 to $108,517.
Okay, I believe that's where we need to be, Ms. Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no other questions.
Thank you very much. And with that, are there other questions from other committee members? All right, I don't believe there are any other questions. So with that, I believe we could go ahead and proceed. Ms. Monroe Moreno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd make a motion that the committee approve the adjusted amount of the $108,517.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Monroe Moreno, a second from Senator Woodhouse. Questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, seeing none. With that, Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdagi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. We can now go to item number 56, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. If we could go ahead and queue up the appropriate person.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Casey, State Forester Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry for the record.
Good morning. If you would give us a very brief overview, we are all very aware and you've kept us up to date so well over this interim with all of these issues. So just give us a brief overview and then we'll open it up to questions from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, great. This request before you today is to move money out of Cap 41 to Cat 01 for hiring 3 forester positions. These 3 foresters will be placed in Winnemucca, Washoe Valley, and Las Vegas to help assist in the projects for the NV Energy Agreement and the Senate Bill 508 funds that were given to the division. We did try to use the manpower contract to hire these positions. We had quite a bit of interest. However, many people were not interested in coming, leaving their other jobs for the manpower contract. So we're hopeful that we will get a better pool of candidates with state funded positions. In addition, we are also asking for a management analyst position to help ensure that this additional influx of grant funding on top of our grant funding that we already have, we ensure that all of our reporting requirements and draws and all of that are done on time. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Casey. I will turn it over to Assemblywoman Swank, and then I'm sure Senator Gokachi is going to have a question, and then we'll go from there. Assemblywoman Swank.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, because I know that I remember having the conversation around the manpower staffing. And so the big issue, I mean, I think the big problem you ran into is just not being able to fill those positions via that median, right? So we needed to go, that's why you were requesting this shift in funding, is that correct?
Thank you for the record, Casey. Casey, again, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then I just wanted to confirm, because I know we had talked about different staffing initially and why now the shift. And so I just wanted to confirm that. I do think it'd probably be a good idea, and as Chair Carlton said, you're really good at keeping us up to date on what's happening around wildfire issues in Nevada. So if you could just keep us up to date at subsequent IFCs on new positions and staffing, kind of how this funding is getting expended and the work that's being done, I think would be great, not only for the committee to hear, but for the public who are attending these meetings. Also good for them to see where all this money is going. So with that, that was all the questions I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Gokachi, did you have anything?
Oh, I'm good. Other than keep us posted, and as some of these plans change with NV Energy, it would be great that we got kept in the loop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any other questions on this item?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Titus.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions actually. Under the description on explanation for this, we're now going to be hiring 3 full-time foresters that would then be on the state employees. When the argument for this program to start with was a program in conjunction with NV Energy, where we're going to clear out along these electric lines, and the description of what's happening is there's 621 miles of power lines, create 2,779 acres of fuel breaks, rehabilitate 1,800 acres with wildfire restoration treatments at a cost of $3.6 million. That's a fixed project. What happens with these folks when that project is completed? And then now we have 3 more staff, full-time foresters that we continue to have employed. So I need a little bit of an explanation how this went from a temporary staff with a project to be completed, and now we have 3 times, these foresters that are full-time. And then second question on that would be, will they be actually directly involved in this project that we've identified? And so I need some more explanation to justify now 3 full-time employees.
Thank you, Dr. Titus. Again, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden. Yes, when we first brought this before the committee, we did mention the fact that we were going to need additional staffing to do this. So this was always in our thought process, but at the time of submittal, we didn't know how exactly we were going to use these funds. We didn't have all the projects squared away. We still don't have all the projects squared away, but a lot of them are getting done. Just to get on the record, we did actually complete 2 projects. Mount Charleston is complete, or at least phase 1, 33 acres treated down there, 10 acres in Steamboat. We're currently working in Elko, also Truckee Meadows and Carson City, and implementing projects as we speak today. So these 3 positions are actually necessary for the implementation process. There's a lot that goes into the planning of each one of these projects. We've got environmental clearances, we've got cultural clearances, and there has to be a science-based plan to ensure that the forestry work that we're doing actually does meet the standard and doesn't create a larger wildfire problem than what we're actually dealing with. So the division only has 3 staff foresters to deal with these areas right now, and they already are overwhelmed with the work that they have. So this was about a $10 million influx and multiple projects going across the state. So we always knew we were going to have to beef up staffing. It was our hope that we could get it through manpower, but that didn't pan out. So what happens to them after? We've had multiple conversations with NV Energy. We're aware that these positions would go away after this if it's over. It is our intent and our intent currently with NV Energy to continue the NV Energy contract into the future. And our hope is to keep them on there. We'd have to deal with that obviously when the time came, but it is imperative to have these foresters, as you guys are well aware. We've been making the shift back from a lot of suppression activities within the division. Still, we have that responsibility, but we don't have a lot of staff foresters to guide the work and the appropriate work on the ground. So that's what this will do.
So you, thank you for that. So you said that you currently have 3 working on it, and now you're asking for 3 more. So you're doubling the size, but yet you've been able to accomplish all that you've listed already, and now you're doubling the size of the foresters. So I still need some justification for that amount of employees to get this job done. And then I have another question, if I might. I'm concerned about the maintenance of what's been done already and who's going to do that, or is this going to be an ongoing thing once you've cleared this out? Is this wildlife restoration treatment program a permanent thing, so you won't have to go back in there and clear that? And who's going to be obligated to do it if you do need to do maintenance?
Thank you for the question again, Dr. Titus. For the record, Casey. The work that's been completed to date, the 33 acres down in Mount Charleston, was run by NV Energy. So our foresters we staffed it. We provided staff to the project, but we did not provide the forester expertise or knowledge in order to get that done on the ground. They don't have the staffing to do that either, but they were able to do it. This was an important project for them to ensure it got done timely. So they helped us out with that. The 10 acres in Steamboat was handled by other staff that we have here, but there wasn't big, large plans that were required. The rest of them, as we're working in new project areas that do require new plans, that's where we're currently looking at 3 positions. The issue here particularly is we have a lot of work going in the Sierra Front. So having a new position here to deal with all of these additional projects will be really helpful. We're having to guide the fire protection district staff that are getting a large influx of these funds to do work within their jurisdictions, reducing our risk, but they don't have forestry technical staff to help guide that work on the ground. So we haven't completed, I think to date, we've completed 43 acres so far. Everything else is in the planning phase. We've subgranted stuff, but we do need those staff foresters to ensure that the work we're doing gets done. In the Las Vegas area and in Winnemucca, we don't have staff foresters in those areas. So the work that our camps are doing oftentimes is not right lined up with our mission. And so we're really trying to make sure that all of those projects get implemented in the high risk areas on top of the foresters that we're using our 3 foresters as well, but just trying to spread that workload a little bit better. The work, unfortunately, never permanent in these ecosystems. There will always be a required amount of maintenance when we're talking high timber areas and we're cutting trees. The maintenance is a lot longer on that. But when we're talking brush and brush clearing, we're almost always talking invasive cheatgrass issues or brome grass issues down south. So there is a required maintenance. Some of it is annual, some of it's every 5 years, some of it's every 10 years. NV Energy for their right of ways is required to do that. For all of the expanded fuel breaks that we're putting in on top of just helping NV Energy do what they're supposed to do, we would be wanting to maintain those into the future as we do with our other projects. So it kind of depends on land ownership. We're currently working across federal, state, and private lands. So part of it is making sure we have all the right entry requirements. We're allowed to come on property. All of that is bundled into it in addition what the foresters do.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Okay, thank you. And with that, are there any other questions at this time? On item number 56? Hearing none, seeing no one wishing to be recognized. So with that, Ms. Swank?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
I have a motion for approval from Ms. Swank, second from,
I'll second that, Senator Goycochea.
second from Senator Goycochea. Any questions or comments on the motion?
Madam Chairwoman, I have a comment.
Dr. Titus?
I'm unfortunately going to have to be a no on this item. I'm very concerned that we're adding 3 full-time staff folks. And I can't really see where we can justify the state employees addition of 3 employees as opposed to continued contract work. I'm very concerned that these funds need to be used in a different manner. And so I will have to be a no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Titus. Any other questions or comments? None. So with that, Mr. Kompatek, if you could go ahead and call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
No.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
No.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompatek. Appreciate that. So committee members, we will now take a short break, then come back and do item number H. And then when we get into I, there'll be some rearranging because we have an informational item with one of the items from number I. So I have 11:53. How about if we get everybody back here at 12:15? Take a real quick break, and that way we can get through the rest of the afternoon fairly quickly, I hope. Thank you all, and I'll see you back here at 12:15. We are in recess. All righty, as we come back, it's a little after 12:15. As folks come back, if they turn their cameras on so we know who is present, that would be very helpful. Thank you. We'll give it another minute to make sure we get everybody. All right, can we tell how many folks we have back? Hard for me to tell. Looking good.
I'm back.
All righty, I think we are in good shape here. All right, so let's go ahead and come back out of recess, and we need to make a clarification on one we did earlier when we were working with Dieter under item number 49. There was a miscommunication on the number. We thought we had the correct number, but we did not. So we're going to go back and straighten that one out before we proceed. So Ms. Kaufman, I'll turn it over to you to walk us through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The action that the committee would have to take to walk this back would be to rescind the motion that was approved for $108,517 and take a new vote that would provide for $111,154.
All righty. So with that, Ms. Monroe Moreno, I'd be happy to accept a motion to you to rescind our previous action.
I move to rescind our previous action.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe Moreno. Second from Senator Woodhouse.
Yes, ma'am, I second.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. Mr. Kompotek, I believe you would need to call the roll on this.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haunaghi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goykuchia.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. So now I would accept a motion from Ms. Monroe Moreno to process this work program for $111,154. Is that correct, Ms. Kaufman?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Ms. Monroe Moreno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve this work program for $111,154. and $154,000.
Thank you very much, Ms. Monroe Moreno. A second from Senator Woodhouse.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, we'll turn it over to Mr. Compotic.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Compotic. So with that, we've completed our mission on item number G. I believe, Ms. Kaufman, you are up next with item number H, the statement of our contingency account balance, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The statement of the contingency account balance can be found in your packets on page 331 of Volume 2. In regards to the unrestricted general fund, the account has currently $18,030,232.79. There are a total of $11,284,780 that are being requested currently with this meeting. And if all items that are being requested at this meeting are approved, the ending fund balance for the unrestricted general fund would be $6,745,452.79. There are no requests for the unrestricted highway fund, and that total balance is $1,638,068.35. And there is one request being made in the restricted contingency account for the suppression of forest fires. Currently, the balance for the restricted contingency account is $15,926,038. The request being made today is $1,352,387. And if that were approved today, there would be a balance in the restricted piece of the of the contingency account of $14,573,651.
Thank you very much. So with that, I believe we can move on to our next item, which is I, requests for allocation from the contingency account. Item I-1 is Office of the Treasurer, a request for allocation of $16,949 to replenish the account on pensions for silicosis and other diseases related to asbestos and other disabilities. And we do have a short write-up in our notes. I don't believe staff has any concerns about this. It was provided just as a matter of information to back up the request. Does anyone have any questions on item number I-1? I don't believe I'm hearing any questions or anyone asking to be recognized. So with that, I would go ahead and take a motion to process number I-1 from Senator Woodhouse. and a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask Mr. Kappatic to call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblyman Howdagay. Assemblywoman Howdagay, pardon me.
It's okay, yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. And with that, we can go to item number 2. Again, we have a brief write-up on this request from the Department of Education requesting an allocation to replenish the contingency account for special education services. Fiscal staff does not have any concerns with this request. I did not find any concerns either. So with that, I would open it up to any committee members for any questions on this particular item. Hearing none, seeing none, I believe we can go ahead and process item number I2. I would accept a motion from Senator Woodhouse and a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing or seeing none, Mr. Kappatic, if you could call a roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdagay.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kappatic. We are going to skip item number 3. There are some folks that wanted to participate and they are not available yet. So I had told them that I would hold off on item 3. And item 3 does go with the informational item N11A. So we will skip this item for now and move to item number 4, please.
Madam Chair, this is Department of Corrections. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am.
All right, I do believe that our representation is available for testimony on I3.
I believe my statement was there were some people who wanted to participate who were not available yet, and we're going to be moving on to the next item. So that's what we'll be doing. Thank you. And we'll come back to you. Thanks. So with that, if I could go to item number 4, please. State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of Water Resources. If we could queue up the appropriate person, please.
Madam Chair, this is Ryan with Broadcast Productions. If we want to give them a second, I don't know if they're connected. There we go. Here we go.
This is Chris Thorson, the record.
Okay. If you would go ahead and give us an overview, and then we'll ask our questions, please.
Good afternoon. This is Chris Thorson again for the record. I'm the Chief of the Dam Safety Program for the Division of Water Resources. South Fork Dam is located approximately 10 miles south of Elko on the South Fork of the Humboldt River. This dam was constructed in 1988, and today the reservoir has a surface area of approximately 11,000 acres and a maximum depth of 65 feet. The reservoir and the surrounding area is a state park. It is one of the most visited state parks in rural Nevada, with about 115,000 visitors per year. The reservoir is also a fishery managed by the Nevada Department of Wildlife. The Division of Water Resources is responsible for the safe operation and maintenance of the dam itself. This is an earth-filled dam classified as a high-hazard dam, which means that if the dam were to fail, there would be a high likelihood of loss of life and impacts to critical facilities downstream, which includes the Union Pacific Railroad, I-80, and other state and local infrastructure. The dam is currently experiencing foundational seepage at its toe. This seepage has been gradually increasing over the past several years and is continually monitored by our staff in Elko. Unfiltered seepage at the toe of a dam is a major concern for the safe operation of any dam and is the #1 cause of failures in dams throughout the world. In 2019, we contracted with an independent and objective engineering firm to perform a visual inspection of the facility. This firm also provided comprehensive analysis of the dam to try and determine the source of this seepage. The conclusion was that seepage could be an indication of a progressive internal failure. However, the initial model and analysis associated with this couldn't narrow down the cause of this seepage. This engineer recommended that a geotechnical investigation be conducted to accurately determine the source and how to repair and address this seepage. At this point, they have developed a geotechnical investigation plan that consists of drilling and digging test pits on site. With analysis and modeling of these results, the outcome of this investigation would be a recommended mediation action and construction cost estimate. This contingency fund request is just to fund the geotechnical investigation.
All right. Thank you very much. I believe I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions. Ms. Swank, would you like to start us off, please?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Thorson, for coming in and talking to us about the South Fork Dam today. I just wonder if we have some idea going forward what the remediation costs will be, and when will we know those costs, and how does the agency anticipate having the funding for such costs. And I guess kind of that longer term of, since we know that the South Fork Dam has some challenges, you can talk to us a little bit about what that budgeting process looks like to anticipate issues going forward.
Thank you for the questions, Mrs. Swank. This is Adam Sullivan, Deputy Administrator with the Division of Water Resources, and I'm here in the room with Chris. And so the anticipated construction costs are really an unknown until this geotechnical investigation is complete. There's some preliminary estimates that it could be as at the low end, a couple of $100,000, and at the upper end, $2 million. And that is just based on some experience from the engineering consultant. The intention of this geotechnical investigation is to come up with a potentially lowest cost solution to the problem. And if this is carried out, then we would know what that cost estimate would be in approximately April of 2021. Now, going forward, there is a consistent need for maintenance of a facility, an aging facility such as this. And there are some ways to optimize, in our engineering opinion, the procedure for making funds available to meet needs on a timely basis. But up to this point, we've been responding to repairs and maintenance as items come up on an individual case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you for that. So you said, excuse me, April of next year, we should have a better idea of what the issues are at the South Fork Dam, and then we can start to work on a longer term plan for that. I did see also in my notes that there were several revisions to the amount that was requested. And so I just wanted to confirm that, because I think when it was in front of the Board of Examiners, it was a slightly lower amount, but that it got revised to $347,467. And so I just need to confirm that that is the final amount that will cover the expenses for getting this work done.
Adam Sullivan, for the record, that is correct. The number changed because we were able to carry over some previous appropriations from previous fiscal years to apply it to this and reduce the cost.
And I would also ask that, Brad, I won't be back there for Natural Resources next session, but I'm going to guess that the chair of Natural Resources at that point would like to hear the outcome of, if it's coming out in April, a report to the Natural Resources Committee on what the plans are going forward for working on this dam and ensuring that we can keep it safe. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion, and we intend to do that.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Goycochea.
Senator, please go ahead. I was going to call.
Yes, thank you. Adam, just a couple quick questions. And of course, we all know when the South Fork was constructed, it wasn't the best site in the world. It ate a lot of cement, just trying to shore it up and get that footing in. What's the seepage at right now this year, given we've got a dry year, the Humboldt's barely flowing?
This is Chris Thorson for the record. At last measurement, the seep at the toe of the dam was measured at about 15,000 gallons per day. And it started out about 8,000. So over the last few years, it has doubled. And that's the main concern. And it hasn't changed based on depth of reservoir or inflow into South Fork.
No, I'm aware of that. That was what I was looking for. It has doubled over, or at least since the dam construction. It is increasing. Clearly going to have to look at it like you say, it's an aging dam, but there were a lot of cracks and fissures in it when they built it. So, they never did get it actually tight. So thank you. I appreciate that, Chris, and we'll look forward to seeing what the report says.
Ready? So with that, committee members, are there any other questions on item 4? Seeing none, I believe, then I would go ahead and turn it back to Ms. Swank.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
I have a motion to approve from Assemblywoman Swank, a second from Senator Gokachia. Thumbs up on that one. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you would please call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdagi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kompotek, we are still waiting for something on the item number 3. So, Ms. Kaufman, if we may, can we go ahead and do item J and get that done while we're waiting so we don't waste time? And then as soon as I get what I'm waiting for, we can go back to the other items that just want to make sure the record is correct. So are we good, Ms. Kaufman?
Madam Chair, yes, you could certainly take item J and then come back to item 3 when the committee is ready to do so.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kaufman. So with that, committee members, we will go to item number J, which is a request for allocation from the IFC contingency account pursuant to Assembly Bill 543, Division of Forestry, request an allocation of 1.4 million. So with that, if we could go ahead and bring the Division of Forestry back up again.
I think
Good afternoon now. Ms. Casey, I see you.
let me see here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I'm sorry.
Okay, if you would give us a very brief overview, and then I'll have the cast of characters who you are familiar with ask those questions. Thank you. Oops, we lost you.
Great. Thank you.
I don't believe we have you, Ms. Casey. At least I don't.
Again, for the record, Casey, State Forester, Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry. Here before you to request a little over $1.3 million pursuant to Assembly Bill 43 for fire costs incurred. These are just for bills that we currently have on our desks. No projections, just bills that we have to pay for fire costs from this year as well as previous sessions. Just an update on the fire scene so far. We've had 716 fires this year, with a significant increase from last year. About 250 acres. Can you hear me?
We just got you back, yes. Broadcast, did we lose her?
Madam Chair, I believe they're experiencing some connection issues.
Oh, she's back. Ms. Casey, can you hear us? Broadcast, if you could reach out to Ms. Casey and maybe ask her to participate by phone.
We will take care of that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And in order not to waste any time, if it's okay with the committee, we'll come back to Jay. We'll go ahead and move on to item number K. Actually, that gets us into gifts and grants, so we'll wait on that. We'll give them a moment to reach out to Ms. Casey, and we'll go from there.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, now we've got you.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening. Did you hear anything of what I said?
I think we've
Ms.
got
Casey.
the basic gist of it. Broadcast, go ahead if you were getting in.
We're trying to reach out to have Miss Casey just call in. The connection issues keep coming and going, so we're just reaching out to Miss Casey to have her call in.
Okay, all right.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, sorry about that. So again, Casey state fire warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry. I am today to request $1,300,000 went to Assembly Bill 543. These are for fire expenses.
Okay, we now seem to have lost her.
Madam Chair, we apologize for the technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Hello, it's Casey. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. I guess our internet is not good today in the office. Would you like me to proceed?
So if you just want to give us a high level, then we'll open it up for questions. The members of the committee are very familiar with this issue.
Yeah, so basically this is what you've seen before. This is just for expenses that we have already incurred. These are bills that we have to pay. And then just from a fire season perspective, a little bit of an overview. We've had 716 fires to date, just shy of 250,000 acres. We had a high level of success this year with initial attack forces. We had planned and prepared pretty early on for the COVID response, so we're pretty happy with the response that we had in the state and making sure that those fires stayed small. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I will turn it over to Ms. Swank to start.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you again, Ms. Casey. Can you just, you might have said when we were having technical difficulties, you might have given us some of this information, so maybe a repeat for you. Can you just give us a little bit of an update on fire bills that you are anticipating that you'll get in the remainder of this fiscal year?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Swank. Again, for the record, Casey. We anticipate bills coming in all the time. So the money we're asking for today isn't all the bills that we have, unfortunately, now sitting on our desk. We're also hoping, we've pushed a lot of bills out to our federal and cooperators. So we are also hoping to bring funding in. So we're constantly looking at the balance of pushing money out. I don't have an exact number. I believe our what we owe is just a little over $8 million. We don't know exactly when and how those bills are going to come in, and when and how all the bills we push out, the funding will be received. So we're always trying to strike that balance.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. And I know this is always a bit of a game of when money comes in and when money goes out and reimbursements and paying things back. So I'm wondering, I know that the division has done some work responding to incidents out of state. Can you tell me a little bit about when you think you'll get the reimbursements from those costs?
Thank you again for the question. For the record, Casey. The out-of-state responses for the division are usually one of our quicker paybacks because we're not waiting. When we're looking at fire bills within the state, we've got to wait for cooperator bills, local government bills, your contractor bills. Everything has to be all squared away before we can finalize payments. Our out-of-state response is simply us requesting funding for the staff that we sent. So we usually get those back within 1 to 2 months. they're the quickest bills that we send out. This year, we did not have a lot. We did have some out-of-state response, mostly single resources. We were not able to push the crews that we've normally been able to push out to California to assist in their firefight, primarily because of COVID issues. We didn't have enough inmates trained. Our staff were lacking in training. So we normally are able to push out about 15 fire crews a year. We had 5 this year. And so we didn't have the staffing to cover home base here to be able to send them out. So mostly what we sent, we did send staff to Utah, to Idaho, to Colorado, to California, and most of those were single resource assignments, one individual doing a job for a team over in California.
Great, thank you so much. And that's the only question I had. Everything else you answered when you did your intro. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swank. Other questions, Senator Gokachia?
I'm good, thank you. It's a good thing we didn't have anything to burn.
Oh, no. Okay, committee members, any other questions on this particular item? Hearing none, seeing none. Ms. Swank?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval of this item. Second from Senator Gokachia.
We need to pay the bills.
You pay the bills. That's what we're here for. Questions or comments from the committee? Hearing none. Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus. Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goicoechea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. I appreciate that. I believe we are now ready to go ahead and move back to item I, the item that had been skipped earlier. The committee will start with the informational item first and get that one done. And then we will go to item 3, Department of Corrections, the contingency account, the contingency request. So with that, I believe I'd like to have Ms. Brown first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown. If you'd like to go ahead and make an opening statement, and then we'll get into the item, and we have a number of questions.
Okay. This is Susan Brown, the Director of the Governor's Finance Office, for the record. And I assume you're talking about the email that we just received. So I am going to read this in the absence of the Governor's Office. Unfortunately, they had a scheduling conflict and were unable to attend this afternoon. And this is in relation to the Ely Conservation Camp. The statement reads, the governor's office shares your concerns over the lack of notification from the Nevada Department of Corrections on the temporary closure of the Ely Conservation Camp. Upon notification to this office, we immediately made it abundantly clear to the corrections director that we must be consulted in advance of a decision being made regarding major program changes, especially those which impact constituents and other state agencies. On September 23rd, the governor requested a full report on corrections plan to reopen the camp in the next 60 days. We continue to work with the agency to reach that goal. We have also made it clear that any further discussion or proposals from the agency regarding the future of the conservation camp must go through the appropriate process and full consideration of the governor and the legislature. And that concludes the statement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. So with that, committee members will go ahead and have some discussion on this informational item. Staff ended up coming across this in the work that they were doing with the department on the issues that we've had in recruitment and retention of officers. No one at LCB had been informed of the Ely Conservation Camp being closed either. So I guess the questions that I have for Director Daniels are that number one is, can you cite the statutory authority or regulatory authority that the department used to close the Ely Conservation Camp?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Charles Daniels, for the record, Director of the Nevada Department of Corrections. If I may, when we shut down the camp, it was done on a temporary basis. This is not a permanent closure. And as soon as circumstances exist that we can safely reopen the camp, we certainly will. We made it clear and we reached out to our constituency groups and then let them know that it was a temporary closure. I even wrote a letter to the White Pine County Commissioner explaining what had transpired and that this was 100% due to a staff safety, life safety, as well as an inmate safety issue. As you know, Ely is a remote part of the state, and we do have our maximum security prison there. And as you know, we've struggled with our staffing in that area in spite of all of our recruitment efforts for multiple reasons. But in this particular instance, two things happened at the same time. We had an incident at the camp in which on, I believe it was July 9th, we had 5 inmates attack 1 inmate and stabbed him, and that individual had to be lifeline. We had minimum staffing to be able to deal with that. And the other issue with that is our staff are compromised because of being out in that area by themselves and they can't get to a communication device. There is no one to respond to that emergent situation. In addition to that, 31 miles away at our Ely State Prison, we were suffering significant staffing pressures. As all of you know, staffing a maximum security prison requires heavy duty staffing. The staffing load is much more significant than if we had to staff a medium security level facility. So I received an urgent message from my warden at Ely State Prison indicating that I am low, I am out of staff. I cannot manage this facility. And furthermore, I don't know, and I do not believe that in the event I had an emergent situation, I would be able to effectively respond. So I made the decision at that point. I said, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to transfer the inmates that are out at the Ely camp, and we're going to move them to other facilities. And then what we would do is utilize those staff. At the time, I believe there were 9 staff members that were assigned to the Ely camp. So I moved them back inside the primary maximum security facility just so that we could man out. As I'm sure all of you know, under the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, amongst other things, I have a duty and an obligation to maintain inmates in safe and humane conditions. I was at that point where I did not have any further options, and I could not leave a warden and his men and women, for which we are responsible for, out there by himself and asking for assistance, and I would have not been able to render it. So I made an emergent decision to be able to deal with this. Now, my goal is to open that facility up as soon as I'm able to get another staff. And as all of you are aware, I retract that. As some of you are aware, we've submitted a proposal to have a mission change once switching our security level at the Ely State Prison to a medium, and then taking those maximum security and close custody inmates and then moving them down to high desert. What that would do is allow us to have a much lower staffing threshold at Ely, in which we could absolutely positively man that facility, and we would also be able to reopen the camp. But right now, in its current posture as a maximum security facility, as well as a close custody facility, we could not man that facility safely. And it is always my goal to be able to appropriately administer what we have to do in the Nevada Department of Corrections. This is serious business, and it also falls under life and death. I made a decision. It was emergent. I executed the decision because I did not have further options. And then after myself and my deputy director moved forward with this decision, then we reached out and we started communicating with the Nevada Division of Forestry, the folks in White Pine County. Our warden reached out and spoke with individuals. And then I also, in addition to what you had asked, Director Brown had asked, I received a request to submit a plan on, I want to say it was the 23rd of September, and I responded with the plan on the 25th. And it would have been on the 24th if I hadn't had technical difficulties. And I believed I had acted satisfactorily to a situation in which we were clearly under duress because it was a staff safety, inmate safety, and life safety related issue. My authority comes under NRS 209-131, and it's covered under the director of the department, and that references duties. And I believe if you go down to number 5, it will provide you with my authority. So I believe I acted within the scope of my authority. I believe that I acted in a prudent and professional way. And I believe that I acted in a manner consistent with what the citizens of the state of Nevada should expect of me, as I house the folks that have been removed from society for a certain period of time. But I proudly lead and take care of the men and women who serve for me. And those people are in fact taking care of their families. Thank you.
And thank you, Director. And we always want to make sure that our employees and those that we have charge over in these facilities are safe. I believe the big concerns comes from the lack of communication. And I do know that when you and I met at the Grant Sawyer building, when you first came to the state, that was one of the issues that I brought up, that one of the most important things we can do is communicate. I also have a responsibility to make sure that the money that is in the appropriations bill gets spent appropriately and in the budgets that it is set to. And I am sure that everyone in the state would have been very happy to take your phone call with that emergency situation and work with you to deal with what would have had to be done to make sure that the staff and those folks that we have in those institutions are safe. The fact that it comes when we've discovered it on our own leads us to many more questions on the money that was appropriated to Ely. Where did it end up? So I guess we can go further into some of the staffing and recruitment issues on this. You said you did submit a plan to the governor. So I'm sure the governor's office will be happy to share that with the legislature. You did say that you did notify White Pine County. I'm a little dismayed that the legislature was not notified, because it does in fact impact us also with these issues. So you keep saying as soon as possible, you plan on reopening it. When you do reopen it, will the funding that was diverted from Ely be returned back to the conservation camp, or has that funding been used at the prison to accommodate those folks that ended up at the Ely State Prison? Where did the funding go?
Madam Chair, I will defer to Deputy Director John Borrowman who can give you specific information regarding the budget.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to questions. My name is John Barman. I am the Deputy Director of Court Services for the Department of Corrections. When we made this operational decision, you may recall that we have had this latitude to reassign personnel as needed on a very temporary basis. When this was made, it was unknown how long it would go. And we're still somewhat optimistic that we're going to be able to reopen Ely Conservation Camp. So when we closed the camp, we did send inmates from Ely Conservation Camp to other conservation camp locations and to Ely State Prison proper. At this time, all of the expenditures to support those inmates are coming out of those targeted location funds. So when we sent some inmates from Ely Conservation Camp to Wells, Wells is now funding those inmate expenditures out of the Wells budget. They are not paying for any of those expenditures out of the Ely Conservation Camp budget. So at this time, we have not transferred any funds out of the Ely Conservation Camp budget account to any other location. All of those funds remain preserved in Ely Conservation Camp in anticipation of us actually moving the inmates back into the Ely Conservation Camp at some point in time. Now, in terms of the acquisition of goods, such as food, we did have Ely Conservation Camp buy supplies that was being stored in the warehouse for the Ely Conservation Camp. Those purchases were made in state fiscal year 20, as well as some of those purchases were made in SF 21. So there was an accumulation of goods in the warehouse, but those goods, without people to eat those goods, were perishable and had to be used or wasted. If you think about it from an Ely State Prison perspective, they had to buy food. And they could either buy it from Cisco or American Food Company or from one of our many food vendors, or they could actually say, hey, you know what, either way, I need more food, so I'm going to spend the Ely State Prison funds to buy food. And they bought the food from the Ely Conservation Camp, and that was represented as a reduction to expenditure in the Ely Conservation Camp category 50. But again, none of the authority has been moved or transferred or spent inappropriately at any other location. Rather, if we were to reopen the Ely Conservation Camp and place the inmates back at the Ely Conservation Camp, the Ely Conservation Camp would have to restore all of those perishable food items back into the warehouse so that they could restore the restore the culinary services to all of those inmates. So at this point in time, none of the financial between budget accounts have been compromised. Thank you.
Mr. Berman, I've been informed by my staff, though, that expenditure authority was transferred to Ely State Prison. And I'm just curious why this committee never saw a work program, why funds were transferred in such a way that it would not generate a work program. So I believe there's a discrepancy here that we're going to have to iron out, because I'm hearing one thing from you and one thing from our staff. So I think that's something we're going to have to continue to have communication over to make sure that we understand exactly where these dollars are right now. So we'll continue to work on that. Going back to the first part of the question, was the reopening plan, is there a date? Can someone specify a date on when Ely Conservation Camp may reopen?
This is Director Daniel for the record. There is not a date because it's contingent upon us having enough staff to staff the state prison. And right now we don't have enough staff to maintain the state prison without the utilization of the staff that were working at the camp. The camp was temporarily closed down so that those staff that worked there could then be redirected to work inside the state prison. And the reason that we did that, because our staffing dropped below emergency staffing, and we did not have the ability to keep our staff and inmates safe at that point. So that's what generated it. And as soon as we can resolve that. Now, obviously, there's a lot of planning involved, and we've submitted a plan to the governor's office, and I'm sure they will respond to me at some point in time. But I've submitted the plan. This is what we will need to do. And there were times previously when I also had to send staff when we were that low earlier, and actually send van loads of staff to come from some of our other facilities and move on over to Ely State Prison, just because we had dropped below those levels. I chose at that time to just manage it by moving staff around on a TDY basis. But then after we had the stabbing at the camp, I realized that we had too many situations in which things could go horribly wrong, and we could have a violent incident in which we could not control. So what I chose to do at that particular time is, instead of using temporary staff, we just shuttled the camp, moved those staff over. They were able to help us get through, and they're still there doing the same work. I have absolutely zero problem with bringing those individuals back as soon as we get enough staff, or our staffing complement is lowered to the extent because we're now housing different types of inmates. For instance, housing minimum security and or medium security, as opposed to housing maximum security and or close custody, which is obviously staff intensive. So we did submit a plan. I'm seeking approval, and I am, whichever decision is made, I'm good with. I'm obviously a servant of the governor and also the people of the state of Nevada. I also recognize that my agency does have oversight, and I can clearly agree with it. But in this particular instance, there was no permanent shutdown. It was done only for staff and inmate safety related issues. That was it, 100%, not making any permanent decisions. But I don't know of any other director in my circumstances that would not have made the same decision at the same time. And I was very comfortable with my decision. In the event somehow it was relayed that we're just acting in accordance with what we want to do, and someone's questioning, do I understand my level of authority? The answer is absolutely. And number two, but I still have a duty and a responsibility. And so that's why the decisions were made. Nothing more, nothing less. And we will rectify this. This is not a permanent closure.
And Director Daniels, I understand that, but we have a duty and responsibility also to ask these questions. So we would just appreciate getting the answers that we need, because we're responsible for following up on these things. And as I said before, communication is key on this, and the fact that there was a distinct lack of communication on this issue is what's causing the biggest part of the concern. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Senator Woodhouse, because the conservation camp reopening is contingent upon recruitment, and I believe there's a recruitment question, and we'll go from there. Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, after my question and its answer, Assemblywoman Monroe Marino has a question. I would like to ask the director to give us a better answer as to the status of your department's recruitment and hiring efforts, especially at the Ely State Prison. We know this is difficult, but it's one of the things that I think we all need, especially your staff, needs to really dig into this and address it. As a result of the staffing shortages, how many housing units have been closed at the Ely State Prison?
Yes, what I will do at this moment, I will have my deputy director, Harold Wickham, share with you how many units have been closed and how we've somehow been able to manage staffing that facility. And then right beyond him, I will have Chief Leathers. She's our Chief of Human Resources, explain to you our recruitment strategy. I'm going to go ahead and allow Deputy Director Wickham to give you the specifics.
Good afternoon, Madam Woodhouse. This is Deputy Director Wickham, Deputy Director of Operations for the Department of Corrections, for the record. It's my privilege to answer your questions. And currently we have 4 units shut down at Ely. And that's because one of them is shut down for a maintenance project that absolutely must be done. And the other four are shut because we have consolidated offenders to other facilities where they're appropriately housed based on their classification. So pending your questions, that's how many units we have closed.
Madam Chair, could I follow up on?
Oh, yes, please, go ahead.
I still am not getting a really good answer on recruitment and hiring efforts. Are you ramping those up? Are you in the status quo or giving up? I'm sorry to be so negative about this, but we really need to get a better answer on your recruitment and hiring efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Woodhouse. I'm going to turn this back over to our director or our chief of human resources, and she will discuss the recruitment and retention efforts at Ely State Prison. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. This is Christina Leathers, Chief of Human Resources. Ma'am, we have not given up our efforts for recruitment and retention. There is a extreme lack of affordable housing that is available in the Ely area. Ely State Prison, as well as Ely Conservation Camp, Pioche Conservation Camp as well, are struggling. We continue to struggle with staffing our rural areas just based on the fact that there's a lack of housing, a lack of urban access, stores, shopping, etc. We continue our efforts using Indeed. We've been partnering with the Nevada Department of Veterans Affairs to send out notifications to any individuals that are leaving military service and have identified that they're moving to the state of Nevada. We've increased our social media as well in an effort to reach those. We've partnered with Southern Utah University. We make trips out to Cedar City and some of the areas as often as we can. Definitely COVID has impacted our ability to do some of these things.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. And it looks like you're reaching out. So that's critical. So I just encourage you to keep addressing some of those agencies and opportunities that you are and continue to think out of the box of where you can go to find the right kind of individuals to staff our prisons. So thank you. I do appreciate that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Woodhouse. I actually had speaker in the queue next, and then I'll go to Ms. Monroe Moreno. And then I believe I have Mr. Roberts after that. So I'll go to speaker next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a few, I was trying to take notes quickly. I had a few questions and follow-up or clarification. At the outset, the chair asked what authority, and I tried to jot it down, but Director, what NRS did you cite as the authority for making the decisions that you make?
This is Director Daniels for the record. I cited NRS 209.131. And when you look under the Director of Department Duties, I reference number 5. I'm sorry, number 7. My apologies.
Okay, I was gonna say, I thought you referenced number 5, and that's certainly not it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So it's NRS 209.131 sub 7 that you believe gives you the authority to take, proper measures for health and safety of staff and offenders. I wanted to address that as my second point, because no one questions the need to ensure the safety of staff and inmates. But we've had 2 special sessions where this could have been addressed. There's a process for having emergency IFC meetings for this to be addressed. And I don't believe that NRS chapter and subsection gives the blanket authority to spend money in a way that's inconsistent with the way that it was allocated. So I don't want this to be a function of questioning whether or not the staff should be made safe or that the inmate should be made safe. No one questions that. But there is a process, and it's there because we, as lawmakers, allocate money with an expectation of it being used the way it was allocated, in an accountable way and in a transparent way. And we accidentally found out about this. And so, in no uncertain terms, I want to make it clear moving forward, I don't believe that this was proper, albeit not. I don't believe this was ill-intended. That's not, I support making sure that we have safe working conditions for our staff and safe conditions for our inmates. But there is a process to get permission to use money in a manner that's different than, and that process wasn't followed. So I would hope moving forward, there would be an appreciation for how incredibly easy it is to have an emergency measure considered by IFC. Because ultimately, with all due respect, you all get hired. We run for election by voters who expect for us to be accountable and transparent, and for us to be able to ensure that the decisions that we're making are being followed through on. And it just feels like we were deprived of that opportunity in this role when they were ample. It's one thing if it was just, immediate and it was a week later, then I can certainly understand having to make some emergency decisions. But the fact that it was never brought before us, and it doesn't sound like there's an appreciation for whether or not it needed to be, gives me concern about transparency and accountability with the money that we allocate. So I asked for clarification on the statute because I intend on following up to see what that subsection 7 really means with respect to the money that we allocate. But again, because it's so easy just to call us and say, we got an emergency, I would hope moving forward that we will take advantage of that so that we all are on the same page, and that we have the confidence that moving forward, we won't accidentally find these kind of things, that we'll be consulted, that will be included, and that we'll be given an opportunity to make informed decisions based on our charge. So, I guess there's not really a question in there, but it doesn't sound like there's a meeting of the minds as to whether or not moving forward, this is how we do things. And I would hope to get some answers from our own folks about 131 sub 7, but I would hope moving forward, because it's so convenient and easy to just reach out to have an emergency termination by IFC, that would be something that would be utilized. I think that we got a question put out there, but I wanted to reiterate it. The positions, so I think it was represented that the money's not being spent elsewhere and just sitting there, but the positions from the conservation camp are being paid out of the camp budget, but it looks like they're at the Ely State Prison, which seems like that's not being used the way, it's not just sitting there, it's actually being used for another purpose. So I don't know. I think, Chairwoman, I think you might have put that out there. I don't know that we got a response, but it does seem like there are funds being used for Ely State Prison that were allocated for the conservation camp that's not being staffed. Am I accurate?
I believe you are.
I believe, Director, you had one of the other gentlemen address the money and how it was being used. Could I get a follow-up on that? Because I just want to be sure. And I hope that you all understand that this becomes a slippery slope where, today we made an emergency decision that we couldn't wait, and then tomorrow we're doing all kind of things that there's no authority to do, because this isn't, we all have staffing issues within the state. I think that we are, as a state, underfunded. But can you imagine if every single state division decided to just shut down offices because they didn't have the staffing that they believe that they needed in order to do their job? DCFS and child welfare, kids in foster care. There are lots of different state agencies that are understaffed. I get that, but we got to communicate and be on the same page so that we can make informed decisions about, how to best move forward. So again, could somebody address the notion of money that is for the conservation camp being used to pay staff at Ely State Prison?
Chair, this is Director
following up on that. So the question would go to Mr. Barrowman, and I believe the question would be, has the authority been transferred from Ely Conservation Camp to Ely State Prison with that? And I believe our staff is under the impression that authority has been moved. So the question would be to Mr. Barrowman.
Thank you. This is John Barman, Deputy Director of Support Services for the Department of Corrections. The only way authority can be transferred between budget accounts is through a work program. No such work program has been requested. At this point, we were looking at it being a very temporary situation. This is going on further than we had originally anticipated. However, we have preserved all of the expenditure authority in Ely Conservation Camp for the inmates within the Ely Conservation Camp. The expenditure I've already explained out of category 50. We did not transfer any authority. What we did was we liquidated the assets in the warehouse at Ely Conservation Camp that were going to spoil. And we did make a financial transaction to actually have Ely Ely State Prison, instead of buying from Cisco or American Food Company or one of our food vendors, they made a purchase of those perishables from the Ely Conservation Camp, which showed up as a reduction of expenditure because they had not actually spent that money on the inmates. Instead, it was an asset that they technically didn't have to buy because they didn't have any inmates to feed. So the expenditure side, I'm totally willing, as originally recommended, to sit down with your staff, make sure we're talking about it, make sure we're transparent about it. There's been nothing shady going on. We did have a question about it, and we provided that response, but did not receive any follow-up question on it. By all means, we want to make sure that everyone understands exactly how the assets are flowing through Ely. Particularly, the only asset that's been transferred at this point is going to be the food that was in the warehouse and available for inmates to eat who are not there to eat it.
Mr. Barrowman, I have a direct question. Mr. Barrowman, if I may, we've heard a number of these things a couple of times. So I think we just need to get down to the crux of it. It's my impression, and in my investigations that I have done with staff, that an amount of over $25,000 was taken out of the Ely Conservation Camp budget, inmate drivens, and put into the Ely State Prisons budget through what's known as JVs, which are journal vouchers, which would mean the money was moved without a work program and without authority from IFC. Is that correct?
JV is the purchase mechanism for them
I understand
to buy
what
the food. Yeah, and so no authority has been
done
transferred.
around the work program process.
No, it is not. We transfer money, we transfer food all the time. Warm Springs and Northern Nevada Correctional Center, they do a group purchase. And if they didn't get the balance exactly right, we transfer food back and forth between those two institutions all the time. There's a appropriate process for that. And this is not extraordinary to the closure of Ely Conservation Camp. This is how we share resources that we would then account for the actual expenditure in the budget account where it is appropriate. We don't want to show expenditures where no expenditures are occurring. And so the JV process is very consistent with the transfers of resources in the warehouse process. So no, this wasn't done to circumvent work programs. This is how we transfer resources among the institutions where the expenditure will not actually occur in the institution where the purchase was made, so that we can record the expenditure in the institution where it is being made.
I believe there's going to be a lot more questions on this as we move forward and dig deeper to make sure that we understand. But the little bit of accounting that I know is when something is done through a journal voucher, it means there's something else going on. So I have serious concerns, and I guess most of those concerns go back to reiterate what the speaker said, was a lack of communication and the lack of transparency, that for people who are having a hard time reconciling the fact all this happened without any heads up on anything. So I some other
Madam
Ms.
I would say
Go ahead.
before you go on, anybody else, if I could just make another statement. Mr. Bauman, you said something that I appreciated and I do want to put that out there. No one is suggesting that somebody's stuffing money in a mattress somewhere. No one is suggesting that there's shady business or ill intent here. No, I just want to make it clear. No one is suggesting that. And so I appreciate you making that point. No one is suggesting that. And I don't want any of you to walk away thinking that that's what we think. But, as even as Director Daniels took over, there was a history of some difficulty in communication and us wanting to be transparent. And so I think it's really important that we understand there's a reason for these checks and balances. And it might feel like micromanaging to some, agencies, but when we have to be accountable for the decisions that we make, we've got to have some communication so that we can answer as to how taxpayer dollars are being used. So it's not intended to be unduly micromanaging. It's intended to be responsible and accountable by holding our other agencies that we allocate money to responsible and accountable. So we're asking these questions not because we think someone was being sneaky or shady, but we've got to have this level of communication and approval for checks and balance purposes.
I believe the next question I have is from Ms. Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a few questions. I kind of like to get a better idea of the timeline we're looking at. I totally appreciate having to deal with an emergency situation in a correctional facility. So just so the entire committee has a better understanding of the timeline, what was the date of the fight? Because I did not hear that date mentioned in the explanation of what had happened. So I'd like to know, one, what was the actual date of the fight that prompted this decision, the dates that the staff and the inmates were moved, and the date the camp actually closed, the date, the letter that you mentioned you sent to White Pines County Commission to inform them that you were closing the camp. And then there was a mention of a plan that has been sent to the governor's office to request a reopening plan approval, what date that letter was sent. And then the final thing is I'd kind of like to know if there was any communication within the department of a date they planned on telling this legislative body of everything that had transpired. So I can go through the dates one at a time, or if somebody took notes there, but I'd like to have a timeline of the actual events that took place.
This is Director Daniels for the record. Thank you for your question. Before answering your question, I'd just like to go back to Speaker Frierson and Madam Chair, both Madam Chairs, Vice Chairs of the committee. First of all, thank you for the education. I do share your concern. Once again, this wasn't done in a malicious or callous way. This was strictly 100% a situation in which I felt I needed to address a staff and life safety issue. Now, the incident, and I'm going off memory, but I'm having staff go look for the actual dates. I believe the incident that happened with the stabbing was on July 9th. The next night, July 10th, is when we made the decision to go ahead and temporarily move the staff from the camp into the state prison. So it was literally the next day. And it was also based on the fact that my warden that runs that prison had indicated that he just does not have the staffing, and it's unsafe and it's dangerous. And so no problem. I communicated with my deputy director, and we collectively made the decision to move forward with moving those inmates around so we could then utilize those staff. Now, there were isolated incidents. On July 9th is when we had the stabbing at the camp. On July 10th is the day that we made the decision to start moving those inmates so that we could have enough staff to man. Now, as you know, we have staffing pressures over most of the state. So based on an incident that happened at the camp, and then based on the fact that we did not have enough staff to manage my inmates at Ely State Prison, we made a decision. It's my decision. I made a decision to go ahead and make that move. To me, it was logical. It alleviated a couple of things. We were able to have enough staff now to at least deal with an emergent situation at the penitentiary. And we were also then able to take those inmates whom that we had, and we could move them around to other locations at other camps, and they would still be accessible for whatever they were responsible for doing while they worked for the Nevada Division of Forestry. So, and then what we had done is we had already been working on a plan to conduct a mission change. As a matter of fact, I had literally already had it done, but I was in the process of verifying the data that I received, and that meant verifying all the data as to our inmate populations, the types of incidents, and so on. Because when I send my information forward, like most of us, I need that information to be accurate. At the same time, we were still battling COVID-19. All these other states were dealing in the prison systems with these outbreaks, and hundreds and or thousands of people either contracting COVID-19, and there were many deaths. We spent a lot of our time and our energy dealing with and managing COVID. And if I may, for the record, mention that we're certainly one of the most successful agencies in the nation in dealing with COVID-19. So when this all came down, I don't recall the date of the letter to White Pine County. Once again, I do have someone looking at it, but then I was surprised that there were some people that had some concerns with what we were doing. They were addressing it as a closure. We made clear we're not closing anything. All we're doing is trying to survive and be able to keep our staff and the inmates safe. That was it, nothing more, nothing less. We didn't know when that would happen, when we would be able to get our staffing situation situated in a manner in which we could therefore then open back up. We were also looking at a situation in which we were consolidated housing units so that we didn't have to have as many staff on board. So we're looking at a bunch of, multiple methods of being able to manage that inmate population. And some of it meant to move some of our medium security inmates back down the high desert and so on. We have multiple classifications. Inmates are separated from one another, but we looked at our inmate population, tried to consolidate. Matter of fact, we did consolidate a couple of housing units and move more inmates around the state. And it was once again our goal to ensure that we had enough staff to be able to manage that facility. So we continued to move forward, we continued to gather data. It was my goal, and I had mentioned this to one of the governor's representatives that, listen, here's what we were doing. And you would have already had this in advance, but it was interesting that I remember a conversation with the fact that I had been spoken with in regards to dealing with folks on this committee about the fact that we've given bad information and some of our information hadn't been accurate. So I'm telling my staff, we are going to double and triple check all the information we send over because we want to be accurate as we're trying to change the perception of the quality of work and the effort that the folks in the Nevada Department of Corrections give. We've proven that we can handle a pandemic, but we need to ensure that the trajectory continues to move forward, that we're a professional corrections organization, and that we're going to give you quality information, and we will never lie to you, we'll never attempt to mislead. So everything we've done was in good faith. And I would certainly love to open up the camp. We met personally, myself and Deputy Director Wickham, with representatives of the Nevada Division of Forestry, and they expressed their concerns about ensuring that they still had available work crews and inmates available to be able to fight the fires, to which I, of course, readily concurred, but had also attended a meeting in which the governor was sitting in on one of the meetings and expressed his desire and concerns to make sure that we had a viable firefighting operation. So there was never any intent to close anything down. We also ensured that we were able to have the inmates on our work crews available. Now, some of the other folks that we don't have any contracts with anyone else that I'm aware of, and I checked, but I will tell you this. We need to sequester our inmates and keep them within a secure confines, because if I do have an outbreak, the toughest thing in the world is to be able to shut an outbreak down once it starts. So we wanted our inmates separated from the community, which meant even our community trustees. So we've spent a lot of time and we spent a lot of effort. Now, going back to the letter to White Pine County, I drafted and sent this letter out on we received a letter from White Pine County on July 15th. and it's signed by Richard Howe, who's the chairman of the White Pine County. And it was referenced as closure of Ely Conservation Camp. And he was from the White Pine County Board of County Commissioners. I responded in a letter dated August 3rd, 2020, and I explained in detail what we were doing and why we were doing it, and that it was temporary. And so I'm certainly available to
Clarify,
follow up.
Ms. Monroe Moreno, I hate to interrupt, but Director, I need to clarify. So your statement originally that you had sent a letter to White Pine County, it was actually in response to White Pine County reaching out to you, asking you about the conservation camp.
Yes.
Okay, so they were not given a
Yes,
heads up.
but well, actually, I don't want to take someone else's testimony, but actually, immediately after it happened, Deputy Director Wickham, at my direction, did phone White Pine County and speak with them personally. So the letter was
Okay, I just want
afterwards.
to make sure we have an accurate record. Okay.
Oh, yes, so I
Ms. Monroe
want to
Moreno?
have the record that actually happened.
So thank you for the explanation of a lot of things that went on and COVID, but that really has nothing to do with the question at hand that we're talking about today. I appreciate the efforts that you've made for COVID and keeping the inmates safe and the community safe. But my questions were more about the timeline. And so now I don't know the date that the call was made to White Pine County, but we now know that White Pine County sent a letter to your office asking what was going on, and your response was August 3rd. Earlier in this discussion, I believe you and it may have been Mr. Wickham said that there had been a plan sent to the governor's office, and you had stated that you're waiting to get a response from the governor's office. Can you tell me when that plan was sent to the governor's office?
Once again, first of all, I had a conversation, I believe I received a phone call from the chief of staff over at the governor's office, indicating that there were some concerns about what had gone on out there at the Ely Conservation Camp. And it was based on some concerns expressed to that office regarding what our plans were. So they wanted a detailed report on what had transpired, how did we communicate, who do we communicate with, and they also wanted to know a plan. I believe I received that. I believe I received their letter on the 23rd, and I reported and I sent in a response on the. I think they received it and opened it on the morning of the 25th, although we made a lot of attempts to send it out on the 24th. And then within that, I had explained to them that the plan was the way that I could resolve this issue and get that camp open was to, in fact, change the mission of both Ely State Prison as well as High Desert State Prison. Once again, it was just that we can hire people readily down at in the Las Vegas area. And we would continue to have to struggle to staff up a state prison with maximum security inmates. So I received a call on the 23rd. I responded. As a matter of fact, I received a call and a memo on the 23rd, and then I subsequently sent in a response the following day, although they didn't open it until the 25th. And included with that was the requested plan. And the plan, all I did was express our intent to go ahead and switch our mission of the two.
So it was 23rd of August, the 23rd of September, because we are now into the month of October, and the fight actually happened in July. The inmates and the staff were moved in July. So, and the request from White Pine County to you came on July 15th. You responded on August 3rd. So the 23rd of which month was the conversation with the governor's office when the governor's office contacted you saying they had concerns? Earlier, I thought you said you sent them a plan, but it's actually you're responding to the plan just as you had responded to the request from White Pine County. So the 23rd of which month are you referring to?
This is Director Daniel for the record. For the record, we sent the plan over on September 23rd, but I want to correct the record that what I had stated to you is that we had been working on a plan, which we had been working on the plan for months, ensuring that we could appropriately spell out what we wanted to do, how we wanted to do it, and the why and the purpose. I also needed to ensure that we could appropriately provide a cost to what it would take if we're going to switch missions. But you have to also realize that during all of this time, we still had COVID going on, and we were managing some very serious incidents. Now, I want to also address the fact that though, yes, we sent the program over, we sent over our plan a little bit later, but in reality, we were still managing the same incident. We still had the lack of staff. It wasn't as if the staffing issue resolved itself over at the state prison. So for me to be able to open the prison back, it was just temporarily closed. For me to be able to do that, I would need additional staff. Well, the plan that was in place that we wanted to execute required that we ensure we get enough staff back up there to therefore then open up the camp. So even though we had the fight on the 9th and we moved the inmates on the 10th, nothing changed in terms of our staffing. We were still at emergency staffing. So it wouldn't have been prudent to open it back up until we resolve the staffing issue.
No, and I agree with you on that comment. And it is, I don't believe it's the request of this committee saying to reopen. The issue at hand is the fact that it was closed initially without the input or informing this legislative body or the governor's office back in July. And as Speaker Frierson said, we have had 2 special sessions. I can't count the number of IFC meetings that we have had during this interim as we all deal with COVID, that this could have been brought before this legislative body to have this discussion. I think it is a shame that our staff had to find out about it while discussing recruitment and hiring and staffing policies, that we found out kind of secondhand. That information should have come from your office back in July, I think is the issue. It's the issue that I have with this. We're sitting in October. The fight happened in July. I truly appreciate you taking the inmate and staff's safety and making that the most concern, because that's what we're supposed to do. The care, custody, and control of the inmates in our custody, it should be the first thing that we take care of, and our staff. Yes, I appreciate you doing that, but that was in July, and it's October, and we're just finding out what happened. And the conversation with the governor's office didn't happen until the end of September. All of that is a concern, and nowhere in the conversation that I've heard today has anyone on your staff said, and this is the date we have planned to tell this legislative body of what was going on. So that's my concern. That's why I wanted to have the timeline. As Speaker said, if every department within the state did this, where would we be as the state? We have to keep those lines of communications open and be transparent about what's happening in each one of our departments. Because if we don't do that, we can't address those needs that we have to make the improvements that need to be made. So I hope as we move forward, there's a little bit more clarity and everyone understands the need to have these open lines of communication and just be truthful and honest about what all is going on. We all have heard and know that it is difficult to get staff for our prison system. It just is. And how we fix that, I don't have the magic the magic ball to fix that, but I do appreciate you taking staff and inmate safety into concern and making that your first thing of concern. But in additional, we as a legislative body, the governor's office, and the county to which that prison sits in needs to be informed in a much more timely manner. And decisions that deal with the money, the finances of the states, our taxpayer money, needs to come before this body when decisions and changes are thought to be made before those changes are actually done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I'll go to Assemblyman Roberts next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got about 3 questions that should take too awful long. The first one is talk about staffing issues. Did you have staffing issues at the camp
Yes,
prior to closing?
this is Director Daniels. Yes, we did have staffing challenges.
Okay. And then the second question, or maybe second and third, is you did say you had multiple classifications, and that's a maximum prison. Could you have moved enough inmates out of that prison to help with your staffing and put more burden on the rest of the system without closing the camp, or would that take some time to facilitate?
This is Director Daniels. For the record, would you repeat your question, please?
So you had said, you discussed a little bit earlier that you have multiple classifications at the Ely prison, and you had long-term staffing issues. My question is, could you have moved enough inmates to other parts of the prison system to not be forced to close the camp, or would that have taken more time?
Director Daniels, for the record, are you asking could we have kept the camp open, or are you asking could we have moved other inmates?
Correct. Could you have kept the camp open? Could you have moved prisoners throughout the rest of the system to alleviate the need to close the camp based on your staffing issues at both Ely prison and the camp?
You know, our staffing situation at the Ely camp was that we have 12 authorized staff to be there, and at the time we only had 9 active staff members. So we're very limited in staff members to begin with. Ely camp had some unique features that several of the other camps don't have. For instance, lack of camera coverage and so on. Since the facility is relatively close to the state prison, which is 31 miles away, once again, we never viewed this as a permanent closure. It was just us moving resources so we could fix literally 2 issues at one time. Number one, have staff to be able to staff the maximum security prison. Number 2, then we could take those inmates and move those inmates around to somewhere else and still ensure that they're able to provide the fire protection to the state and also in Utah and California. So that was our goal. We had no idea that this would extend into multiple weeks and then to multiple months. Now, I do want to go back and revisit the issue regarding notification and who was aware of it. If I could, I'd like to have my Deputy Director of Operations, Wickham, come in, because he did, in fact, speak with Senator Goya-Cuchilla, I believe, several days right after we had done the temporary closure. So we believe that we had been prudent in contacting the people that we typically deal with, which would be the county, which would be the senator, and which would be anyone else in that area that we would have a contract with. I firmly believe, as director of the agency, that this was for temporary reasons. So as we continue to move forward, I need to also share with you that we did make communication with staff in the governor's office back in July. I'm trying to find the text message or try to find that call. It's fairly difficult while I'm sitting here trying to answer the questions. But there was some communication. This was not something that we did. The only thing that we did in a nutshell was to take the action to move everyone, to get everybody safe, and to remove the threat. But after that, we made what I believe to be prudent notifications to the people that would be impacted by it. Now, I will share with you, though, for the members of the committee, I'm a corrections professional. I've been in government now for 35 years. I firmly respect what you do, and I had no intent on disrespecting anyone on this council. I have the ultimate in respect, and I will share with you, it's somewhat disheartening to hear that someone may be questioning the integrity of my team and I. We are team players, and we're here to make Nevada better. So anyway, I extend an apology to every one of you if you've been offended by my actions. But once again, I state that my actions were taken in good faith, and we did believe that we communicated. If I feel short of that, I do extend an apology for myself and on behalf of the agency. So I would now, if I may.
Well, if I answer my question. So
Sure.
before we move on, I still have to finish that question and I have another one. So could you have moved enough inmates out of the Ely prison to the rest of the system and moved staff from the prison to the camp in order to keep it open?
No, this is Director Daniels. If the question is, was there a possibility? Well, I could have done some things, but it wouldn't have been prudent. Those were camp inmates. And those camp inmates needed to be with camp inmates, but I still had to go ahead and deal with my maximum security inmates as well as my close custody inmates, which require a completely different level of supervision and housing. So although could I've literally taken inmates and moved them from one place to other, I still had to depend on their security level, the classification, the work assignments, and any contracts that they may be working for. So I guess if the question is, was there a possibility? Yes, I could have moved inmates at will, but I would have certainly had them misplaced in facilities in which they shouldn't be housed.
So that brings me to my last question. As you talked about moving forward, is you're discussing, because you've had long existing staffing issues in Ely because of housing and a number of issues that we heard from, and you might move the maximum prison down here to High Desert in Southern Nevada. So my question is, how many max inmates would you have to move down there? What would the cost, just a rough estimate, would there be a significant cost increase to that? And what would be your timeline?
Well, this is Director Daniels for the record. It would be roughly 723 inmates at the moment, and I would be able to move them. It would be a very short notice. Once I've given the approval, I could execute the movement within 30 days and do the complete switch. We actually already have a movement plan in place, but once again, we're waiting on authorization to be able to make the change. So we could effectuate it pretty clearly. We believe that we've done a very good job on assessing what the cost would be, which is what we presented with a cost estimate to the people that we report to, and we believe that that's being reviewed right now. Obviously, we will wait until the decision is made, or if they want us to make modifications to the plan, fine. But our maximum security and close custody inmates require significantly more staff to be able to house, maintain, and secure them than it does for a medium security inmate, which is why although we would have the same amount of staff up at Ely State Prison, what you would find, though, is that we don't need nearly as many staff to be able to monitor that population.
Okay, so all that is in the memo to the governor, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the prisoner safety and your staff safety and concern when making these decisions. I know they're tough, and I appreciate that you did it.
Thank you.
All right, and Director Daniels, in that conversation, you mentioned something about that you did send something to the governor's office in regards to the closure?
This is Director Daniels for the record. I believe, although I need to go back and find out because I'm not 100% sure whether it was just in conversation and or text message and or an email. So I didn't testify earlier that I had done so because I wasn't 100% sure if I could reproduce it, especially if it were only a phone call. We had frequent conversations, meeting myself and my liaisons, depending on the time. It was one of two individuals that were filling in or working in that capacity as the liaison from the Department of Corrections. And it is always my position that I don't talk in terms of maybe, or I believe, or I think. I try to give you facts, and when not, I stay away from that. But I also have to be careful in that I don't give the impression that I'm just running around as a director doing what I want and don't think it's important to communicate with the people I answer. I take that very seriously. We communicate that about that all the time. myself and my executive team spend countless hours discussing how we can improve the relationship that we have with the people we work with. And part of that has to do with being very straightforward and being very transparent. And I've been very transparent. Now, some folks think that they should have been contacted. I have no argument with that. In the future, I will ensure that that's done, but none of it was done maliciously. And there's certainly no issues regarding transparency. If we know it, we share it. That's just the way we operate, unless of course it's regarding our security procedures.
I'll go to Senator Gokachia next.
Conversation, the governor was in Ely, and I know he toured the prison, and there was a lot of conversation. I'm sure Director Daniels will remember that. And at that point, we were talking about, and again, just conversation about the change of the max from Ely and making it a medium, and ultimately the maximum would move south. The governor was there. We were in the conversation. It was, I reached out to a lot of my constituents to make sure they didn't have any heartburn with it. Most of them understood that it was a lot better to be a medium and not require that staffing, which clearly Ely knows and understands. They don't have the ability to house what's needed there for the maximum security. Now we'll get to the closure of the honor camp. I don't know if it was in late June, early July. I got a call from, actually, it was a staffer at the camp that said they were closing the camp. I did reach out to Harold, Deputy Director Wickham, or he called me. I think it was a series of conversations. And again, he did tell me it was only a temporary closure. Wasn't a huge issue. But then I guess as we worked on down it, I was concerned about taking that honor camp out of there, even during the summer season, because of either work crews. They were doing a huge fuel reduction project there on Highway 50. And of course that stopped because of that. And then the availability of fire crews. But the bottom line is, I think everybody, at least I knew and understood. I did have a conversation with County Commission, White Pine County Commission Chairman Richard Howe, and we had a conversation about it closing. But again, it was only temporary. That was their understanding. My understanding. I guess the time frame it's run on close to a little longer than temporary at this point. And I guess I never realized that that no one else really in the loop knew that it had been closed. I have to say that, and in all honesty, I did have a conversation with our fiscal analyst and said, well, the camp is closed. And I think that's probably what brought this to light. But I guess I just thought everybody knew that it was closed and it was a temporary closure and coming back. So with that, I definitely knew. I knew the camp was closed. I knew there was a lot of unrest over the camp closing. But again, I did have a conversation with Deputy Director Wickham and didn't realize it had rose to the issue, the fact that because it was a temporary closure and the fiscal side of it wasn't being followed up. So with that, that's my response. But I have to say it wasn't done in a vacuum. Well, maybe the closure was the actual closure. I didn't know about it until after the fact, but it was right behind it. And like I say, there is conversation about Ely changing from a max to a medium. I know the governor's aware of that. It was an open conversation. Director Daniels and I also had some conversations about the Lovelock medium. So again, there is conversation going on, but again, it was no decision.
Thank you, Senator. It's not about the change in the mission. It's about the lack of transparency and communication and understanding where the dollars are being spent. But I do appreciate your input. Ms. Swank, I believe I have you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a question for Ms. Leathers, if I may. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask, just follow up on something you were talking about earlier, and also on Senator Woodhouse's comment of thinking outside the box. I know that HR is hard trying to recruit folks to go to some of these smaller towns. I can tell you, I spent a lot of time up that US 93 corridor in Caliani and Pioche and Wells. And I'm really aware of the challenges as far as affordable housing and economic development in those communities, a little bit less so in Ely, but in those other three for sure. Spent a lot of time there. If you can talk to me a little bit about how it is that the Department of Corrections is thinking outside the box to make to work in these communities to help them with developing affordable housing and economic development. Any conversations Department of Corrections is having with other departments at the state level, any agencies, state or federal, in order to be a good partner in trying to fix some of these problems that underlie that recruitment issue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Christina Leathers, Chief of Human Resources, for the record. We have done some out of the box thinking. We actually, when I started with the agency, we had contacted I believe it's the Nevada Armory in Ely, and we were looking at taking over that facility to provide on-site housing. And we're looking at running all of our new hires through that location, because then we could staff Ely State Prison and the surrounding camps while training our new hires accordingly. Unfortunately, that fell through. We are looking for other areas. We're looking at working with LinkedIn. We're working with some community colleges. We've contacted a college in California that has a specific corrections certification. And at the time, California was not hiring. So we've maintained those contacts.
Ms.
and
Leathers,
Yes.
I'm just going to interrupt you there because you're getting on a different track. I'm not talking about how is it that you're reaching out to recruit. I'm talking about more the infrastructure issues that you address that exist in some of our smaller towns. And I'm wondering what the Department of Corrections has done to work with other state and federal agencies in order to be a good partner to develop affordable housing, to find ways to bring in that economic development that these small towns need.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that, Christina Leather, for the record. Our warden at Ely State Prison actually frequents the Chamber of Commerce meetings and has at several times addressed the issue of fighting affordable housing, specifically in Ely and areas that we could be supportive to that community to support corrections. At this time, that's the most information that I have available to share for that we've done.
And that's fair. So I'm gonna give you a few suggestions here. I would say that it'd probably be a good idea to get in touch with the Nevada Division of Housing. They work really hard on affordable housing. You also have out of the Governor's Office of Economic Development, a program called the Main Street Program. It's an economic development program that's focused on small towns. And I can tell you that Ely and Wells are both members of the Nevada Main Street Program. And those are great places for you to partner. Also, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has a rural development program that's extremely active in rural Nevada, has a great rep, and I would reach out to them. I feel like, I think this armory idea is a really fabulous idea, but again, I think don't try to go it alone. There's no reason for the Department of Corrections to be doing affordable housing, right? It's much more appropriate for you to reach out to other divisions and other departments in order to find assistance and collaborate with those other entities. Like I can think of several projects of that US 93 corridor that could be adapted for affordable housing. And I know that GOED and Division of Housing have, I would say, talked to Jolene Supp at Wells. That woman is a fount of information on projects that are headed toward affordable housing. But I think don't go it alone. Department of Corrections' strength is not in creating housing. It's, but there are lots of other people who are. So reach out, find your resources, and then you're going to be able to help with those infrastructure, but you're going to continue to spin your wheels on recruitment until you can find some resolutions to those infrastructure issues.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will definitely reach out.
All right, thank you. With that, are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time? This was just an informational item and we've taken a lot of time on it, but it was a very important item for us to discuss and be able to build a record and have a conversation about. So are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time?
Madam Chair, I have a question for the director. At this point, what is the status of the Ely Honor Camp? Are they going to reopen it or not? I think in all fairness, I need to tell my constituents.
Director Daniels, for the record, Senator, it is our position that it's only temporarily closed. And as soon as we can address the staffing issue, we have every intent on opening it up. It serves us well. It's in a place that's located well, but I have to resolve my staffing issue. I would love to open it up. I have no issue with it, but I have to resolve. And as you had indicated earlier, we've had conversations regarding the staffing pressures out there. But here's what wasn't taken into consideration because it hadn't happened yet. The reductions in staff due to COVID. We had all these staff out at any given time, 20 or 30 staff out due to either contact or having contracted COVID. And so not only did we have the pressures under normal circumstances, it increased and it is still ongoing that we're having the issues with staff that are out on a regular basis due to COVID-19. So for the record, I am on record. I have no issue with opening up the camp. I would love to open up the camp. I just don't have the staff to maintain the camp right now.
Thank you. And then just one more issue, and I'll bring it up briefly. I don't want to get into it, but we still have the grievance that's been filed on behalf of the employees there that we didn't extend the 5% rural pay factor to all those guards in Ely. You know, remember we passed that last session, but only part of them got it, and there has been a grievance filed on that. So again, there are other issues we need to look at there. So thank you.
Senator Goicoechea, I will be more than happy to give you a phone call tomorrow or whenever you would like me to communicate with you directly about it. But specific to what you just addressed, I will have Chief Christina Leathers address the issue with the 5%.
Good afternoon, Senator Goicoechea. This is Christina Leathers, Chief of Human Resources, for the record. Sir, I am very much aware of the grievance filed by the 4 individuals at Ely State Prison. I would like to say that those individuals have been receiving the 5% rural pay and were not impacted when the change was made in 2000, I believe 10 or 2011, when the rural pay was removed. Those individuals have maintained, and we have been actively working with the Division of Human Resources, Central Records, to determine how can we apply a +5 plus a +5. And so we are actively working with those individuals to resolve this grievance the best we can.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so with that, is there any other questions from the committee at this moment? Not seeing anyone. Hearing anyone that wishes to be recognized, there'll be no motioners. So this, I'll go ahead and just close this out. Director and your team, thank you for being here to answer these questions. We do appreciate it. We find upfront communication to be the best way to do our business here. But in closing, I just want to put something on the record that under Section 57 of the 2019 Appropriations Act, the Department of Corrections was given special authority by the legislature to transfer money appropriated to it among its various budget accounts. However, Section 57 requires that the department to make such transfers in the same manner as required under NRS 353.220, the Work Program Statute. That statute requires that every request for a revision of a work program be submitted to the Governor's Finance Office and be approved by the GFO before any transfer occurs. Because this requirement was not met, it could result in a situation where the department is found to be spending in excess of the amount that it was specifically provided in the Appropriations Act. So I hope with further conversations between your staff and our staff, we can get this all reconciled and move forward and do the best thing for the state, your institution, the folks that work in the institution, and those that are housed in the institution to make sure that everything is adjusted. So with that, we'll go ahead and close out this particular item. And then we will move to item 3 that was under I, Department of Corrections requesting an allocation from the contingency account for the hepatitis C virus treatment expenditures as the result of a proposed consent decree. So with that, if I could have the person who's going to be presenting on that item, go ahead and start.
Madam Chair, this is Director Daniels. Thank you. And I would like to bring Dr. Michael Manev, who serves as our medical director, as well as Ms. Jennifer Bauer, who serves as our medical administrator. They're in our Southern office, and they will respond to your question.
Thank you very much.
This is Michael Minna, Medical Director for Nevada Department of Corrections, for the record. The Nevada Department of Corrections remains dedicated to the medical needs of its inmates. The highest concentration of hepatitis C infected individuals in the United States resides in the incarcerated environment. In an effort to align the Nevada Department of Corrections hepatitis C treatment practices with those of other jurisdictions, we revised Medical Directive 219 to introduce new priority categories that facilitate the increased availability of direct-acting antiviral medications for treatment of hepatitis C. The Nevada Department of Corrections is in the process of identifying its inmates infected with hepatitis C by an intensive testing process in collaboration with LabCorp.
Good afternoon, this is Jennifer Bauer for the record. In February 2020, the U.S. District Court granted a motion for class certification in the hepatitis C lawsuit filed against the NDOC. In August 2020, with significant assistance from the Attorney General's office, the Department and Class Counsel reached a proposed settlement to the lawsuit. The item submitted before you today for consideration, which if approved, would allow the department to begin carrying out the terms of the settlement decree or the settlement consent decree. For example, the terms of the consent decree include treating up to 1,200 patients within the first 12-month period, an additional 600 patients within the second 12-month period, and an additional 600 patients within the third month period. And we are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Monroe Moreno to start, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is, so there is a court case, a date for October 27th, correct, for the consent decree? Is that still the date?
Thank you, Assemblywoman. This is Randall Gilmer. I'm the Chief Deputy Attorney General on behalf of the Department of Corrections. With your indulgence,
Press script. Calling for Ryan Dombrowski with some helpful information about your prescription. Please call us back Monday.
I will answer that question, and I'm sorry, we heard some interference there, so I apologize for stopping. But yes, on October 27th is the fairness hearing, which is a required component of a class action lawsuit settlement. Because of the fact that there are so many members of the class, the court requires approval of such settlements as opposed to just being able to settle it among attorneys without court approval. So the fairness hearing was scheduled for October 27th based upon the fact that the terms of the consent decree required this agenda item to come to the IFC for approval of those funds so that we could meet the obligations necessary under the first 6 months of that term. And so the court set the October 27th date specifically based upon the IFC date being today.
Okay, thank you for that. So with this item for requests. In addition to the costs requested today for FY 2021, what are the department's additional estimated costs for 21 through 23, FY 21 through 23, for the purpose of providing testing and treatment of the inmates with hepatitis C?
This is Jennifer Bauer for the record, medical administrator for the NDOC. The agency has not yet built into a request into the budget for this amount because we have not received approval for the funding. We have not received the resources to begin this treatment in accordance with the consent decree, and we do not have an actual approved consent decree. However, with the pleasure of the Interim Finance Committee today, if we do get an approved consent decree in court next week, we anticipate working with the Governor's Finance Office to augment the agency budget to include additional funds. And for example, I believe that amount would be about 26 million in FY 22 for a total of 36.7 million over the biennium.
And you said 36 over the biennium?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so could you just confirm for the record that the funding of the 6,700,000 plus would be sufficient for the agency to meet both the initial requirements for the treatment of the priority 1 inmates, because I believe the priority 1 inmates would be those that would be treated first within that first 6 months, and to meet the benchmarks of the beginning treatment for what I believe is the 1,200 inmates within year 1.
This is Jennifer Bauer for the record, medical administrator for the NDOC. It's my understanding that there may be Governor's Finance Office staff available to speak to the dollar amount of 6.7 million. The NDOC is comfortable with $7,044,204 that would actually allow for us to ensure treatment of DAA medication, direct acting antivirals, for all of the priority level 1 patients within the first 6 months after the effective date of consent decree, and including in the 600 within the first 6 months. So we had developed a pace such that we could limit the financial impact on the state within the fiscal year 21, however, meet the terms of the consent decree of 1,200 within the first 12 months. And that's where we arrived at 600 by the end of June.
So my final question, Madam Chair, will be about reports back to this committee. It really saddens me that our inmates had to take us to court to get the treatment that they felt they were not getting, but we are where we are. So as we move forward, could we have this department make quarterly reports to the IFC committee about the results of the fairness hearing scheduled for October 27th, and that we get regular quarterly reports of how many inmates have been tested, how many have tested positive, where they're at in their treatment to this committee.
Okay, thank you. This is Randall Gilmer, Chief Deputy Attorney General for NDOC. Again, with the IFC's indulgence, I'll answer that question. That should be no problem at all, especially because the consent decree itself actually requires a reporting requirement. So those reports will be being provided to the court and plaintiff's counsel as part of the consent decree for the next 4 years. So we can certainly provide copies of those reports to this committee as part of that reporting process. And it should have all of that information that you're requesting.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, that's all the questions that I have.
And thank you very much, Ms. Monroe Moreno. I would like to confirm the number though, because it's changed a bit and we just want to make sure that we've got the right number on the record. So if you could repeat the number, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Jennifer Bauer for the record, medical administrator at NDOC. The agency is comfortable with $7,044,204 for an appropriation in SFY 21.
$7,044,204.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I heard it. It's in one spot and I've seen it written in another spot, so it must be true. 3 times the charm. Okay, so we're good. All righty. So committee members, is there anyone else who has questions on this particular item?
Madam Chair?
Senator Parks, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as reporting goes, I would like to suggest that there be greater information and regarding this reporting, and to include the status of any lawsuits that are currently out there, and and the progress being made on that. Rather than this just be a part of a medical report, I'd like to have this be a discrete reporting on the basis of the HCV infection. Thank you.
Okay, so the department has heard that, so I hope you will include that in your reporting also, okay? And work with staff on that?
Yes, thank you. This is Randall Gilmer. We will certainly make those numbers available. Obviously, with the hopes here with this lawsuit settlement as a class action that is going to significantly reduce the number of lawsuits moving forward, but we can certainly provide that information to the committee.
Thank you very much. Other members of the committee, any questions on this particular item? Hearing none, I'd like to go ahead and make a brief statement, and then I'll take a motion and a second to go ahead and process this item. So before the committee does take any action on this item, I'd like to state for the record that the action does not constitute in any manner IFC approval of the consent decree discussed previously in this testimony. Although IFC is referred to in the consent decree, IFC was not a party to the consent decree and does not have the authority to agree to the provisions in the consent decree. Just a matter of making sure the record is clear as to where IFC stands on this particular issue. So with that, I would go ahead and take a motion to process this item from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the allocation of $7,044,204 to the fund the projected cost for the hepatitis C testing and to begin treatment of all priority 1 inmates. And those inmates are estimated to be at 400 inmates by April 2021, and to begin the treatment of a total of 600 inmates by the end of FY 2021. In addition to that, to also receive the reports that were requested during the discussion of this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe Moreno. Senator Parks, would you like to second that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the motion?
Madam Chair.
Senator Kieckeffer, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. This item, I'm going to have to abstain on. My employer served as class counsel, and contained within the consent decree are some attorney's fees awarded, and as such, that would be revenue booked into my employer, so I will be abstaining on this item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. We'll make sure that in roll call you're listed as an abstention. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from any committee members on this item? Hearing none, I will ask Mr. Kompotek to call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdagi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes. Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks. Senator Brooks. Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goicoechea.
Yes.
I have marked Senator Kiefer as an abstention. Senator
Yes.
Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. And if you would mark Senator Brooks absent, please, that will complete the roll on that one. So with that, I believe, committee members, we can move on to item K. Correct, item K. Approval of gift grants pursuant to, let's see, this is information only, the governor, which one is the first one on item K? I've lost my place. Okay, here we go. Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation. So with that, if we could go ahead and bring up the appropriate folks. Do we have someone here for item K?
Madam Chair. This is
Yes.
Susan Brown with the Governor's Finance Office. We're reaching out to the agency right now. It looks like they disconnected.
Okay, how about if we go ahead and go to item L? Those are, looks like we'll be able to go right through those while we reach out to the agency, and we will come back to item K. All right, so with that, if we could go ahead and go to item L, approval of the exception of gifts, grants. L1 is the Department of Education. It's the request for approval to accept the donation of $110,000 from Governor Sisolak for educational supplies for Title I schools. Does the committee have any questions or comments on this particular item?
Senator Woodhouse.
Yes, Senator.
I would just like to say thank you very much, because these Title I schools certainly need additional support for their students.
Thank you, Senator. If there are no other questions or comments, this is one that we've done a couple of other times before. We could go ahead and move forward. Senator Woodhouse, would you like to go ahead and make the motion?
Yes, I move we approve L1. Thank you.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
And that is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno?
Yes.
Yes. A second from Monroe Moreno. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you could go ahead and call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yeah.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks. Absent. Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goicoechea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, Senator?
Senator Sotomayor, yes.
Yes. Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. We'll go ahead and go to item number 2, State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of Water Resources, a request for approval to accept a grant of $160,000 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency to continue to fund the flood management program. Do any members of the committee have any questions on this particular item? Hearing no questions or any concerns, I believe we can go ahead and move forward with this item.
Motion to approve, Senator Goicoechea.
I have a motion for approval from Senator Goicoechea. I'll take a second from Ms. Swank. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks. Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis. Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goicoechea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. If we can get the folks on item K up, if they're ready, I'd like to go back to item K. And then we have one other item, item M after that. So for members of the public who are listening, we're on our last two items. So if you wanted to make public comment at the end of the meeting, now would be the time to start calling in and getting into the queue. And I'll remind folks again when we get to our very last item. So with that, item K.
This is Elisa Cafferata with Dieter. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Ms. Cafferata. Thank you very much. Please give us an overview.
So as I am sure you are all aware, and I have Chris Sewell and Kitty DeSocio if we have any questions. The one's a little more muffled. The president enacted the Lost Wages Assistance Program, which is a grant program that is a little different from the other unemployment funding programs that we've seen from the federal government. This has grant funds from the FEMA account. States were allowed to apply for an initial 3 weeks, which we did. And then once that was approved, we were allowed to apply for an additional 3 weeks of funding. So the total granted for those two applications was $421,942,500. This is to provide a $300 plus up for up to 6 weeks of benefits for everyone who had unemployment benefits in the PUA system starting the week ending August 1st, and for everyone who had a minimum of $100 in benefits in the regular UI system as of the week ending August 1st. We are allowed to adjust our request, and we are going to submit an adjusted request because we continue to get claims being filed in both systems, and folks are allowed to go back to the date they were unemployed. So you'll probably see some additional information on this item in the future. Just so you all know, the first 3 weeks of this benefit were provided in the PUA system at the beginning of the week. We are rolling out the benefit in batches this week and probably into next week because our system can only process so many. So the first 3 weeks of benefits will be sent out to the folks who are eligible in both systems by the middle of next week. And then because this is a set grant amount, we will go 1 week at a time to provide benefits for as many folks as we can for as long as the funds are available. We're anticipating that we should be able to provide the 4th week of benefits for certain and reevaluate again where we are. Financially, if we have the funds, we'll provide the 5th week of benefits. And then because claims are still coming in, we'll probably hold any money that's left over from that set grant amount to fulfill the claims that are still being processed or still coming in. Happy to answer any questions about this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cafferata. We really do appreciate all the hard work that your team and those of the strike force have put in this last 6 weeks since the special session, all the work that has been done, the long days. I will just tell you, I've gotten a couple of emails from constituents who are actually happy now. So thank you. I appreciate that. And to Mr. Fisher and his folks that were part of the strike team, got some people on the ground who knew how to do claims and work with folks and help with the case management. we realize how difficult this was. So I do appreciate all the hard work and the 12-hour days that you've put in to help to right this ship to help the folks of Nevada be able to survive with their unemployment payments. So we do appreciate all of your hard work. So with that, I'm going to go to Ms. Monroe Moreno to ask a couple questions. And I believe Ms. Howdigy had a question, and then we'll go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my first question would just be if you could provide us with an update on the application for the additional lost wages assistance funding. And does the agency plan to apply for additional lost wages assistance funding to support benefits for claimants for weeks ending beyond September 5th of 2020?
Lisa Cafaretta for the record. Because this funding came from FEMA, it is limited. So the most any state could apply for was 6 weeks, and we are allowed to submit. So that's the number of weeks we could apply for. We are allowed to adjust as additional claims come in, our request to cover the additional claims that have come in. So we are getting an updated estimate, and we'll have our adjustment request in by the end of this week, I believe. But this points out one of the challenges of this grant is that it's a finite amount of money rather than a benefit that goes to the claims. So at some point, that all of the reserve that's in FEMA will be exhausted from all the different states, and we won't be able to continue to adjust.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe Moreno. Committee members, are there any other questions on this particular item? Not hearing any. If Ms. Cafaretta, if you could just expound a little bit. I know there are some folks who get less than $100 a week on their unemployment, so they will not be eligible for this. Do we have any idea how many people there are in the state of Nevada that fit in that bucket? And if you could share with us, was that what the rationale was on that, or was that just sent down from FEMA on this is where the threshold is?
Lisa Cafaretta for the record. Thank you for the question. I don't have a number. And again, it's still ever-changing amount here in Nevada. We continue to get, 8,000 and 10,000 claims a week in both systems. But we can track that down for you. The rationale is that, again, because this was funded by FEMA funding, there is a requirement in the FEMA regulations that the states provide a 25% match. Originally, the concept was that the state would have to provide general fund money. Most of the states are in pretty challenging economic times. And so the federal government made the decision that they would allow the $100 of existing benefit to count for the 25%. So that was a decision made at the federal level based on the regulations that are attached to the FEMA money.
Thank you. I'm glad that you put that on the record so that we understand that there was no additional general fund that was needed for this. We're allowing that $100 of claimant dollars to be used as the match to draw down the extra dollars for them. So I do appreciate that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions on this particular item? Hearing none, seeing no one raise their hand. Ms. Monroe Moreno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve.
I have a motion for approval from Ms. Monroe Moreno. Second from
Madam
Senator
Chair,
Woodhouse.
this is an info item.
Oh. I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry. I lost track. We went back to K. I apologize. So no reason for that. We can go ahead and move on. Thank you very much. Stop me from making a mistake this afternoon. So with that, I believe we can go to item M, which is appointment of member to the Committee on Industrial Programs. After the November election, Senator Parks will no longer be a member of the legislature. He currently serves on the Committee on Industrial Programs, so there will be a vacancy on this committee as a result of that. I believe the Senate has identified Senator Dennis as the senator that they would like to appoint in place of Senator Parks. And so with that, I'll be happy to turn it over to Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to approve the appointment of Senator Dennis. And I think the information that you read states the reasons for doing so. Thank you. And we certainly appreciate the work that Senator Parks has given to this effort.
Thank you very much. So with that, we have a motion from Senator Woodhouse to appoint Senator Dennis as the senator on the Committee on Industrial Programs. Have a second from Ms. Swank. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotic, would you call the roll?
Assemblywoman Benitez.
Call the roll for us.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
No. I mean, yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic, and I stand corrected. I mistakenly skipped L to B. Bingo. Here we go. So with that, we do need to go back and finish our agenda with L2B, which is Division of State Parks, request for approval to accept federal grants of $2,170,163 from the Recreational Trails Program and the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund to continue to fund the creation and maintenance of recreational trails and supporting amenities throughout Nevada. Do we have someone here to discuss this item?
Madam Chair, this is broadcast. I do not see anyone from the Division of State Parks in the call or unmuting themselves.
Okay. Do any committee members have any questions or concerns on this item? I don't believe I do in the backup documents that I read.
Chair, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. And move that we accept.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. I have a motion to
Second.
item L2B and a second from Ms. Swank. I believe I heard the voice. That's usually the team with that. So are there any questions or comments from committee members on this item? Hearing none. Now, Mr. Kompotic, is the last time that you will be calling our roll. Last time was just practice.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdagee.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Spearman.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Goycochea.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotic. And with that, we do need to take a break for the public to be able to call in, but we will be doing some business while we are waiting for that. I'll take a real short moment here to just say thank you to all my colleagues who this is your last meeting. You will be missed. Thank you for your service. There are 6 members of this committee that will be doing other things in the future, but I have your cell phone numbers and you will be getting calls from me. You will be missed, but believe me, we will always be reaching out to you for the expertise that you've developed over the years in your service to the state. So thank you all very much. And unless we have some weird thing happen where we have a IFC on election day, this would be your last IFC meeting. So thank you very much. And now I'd like to turn it over to Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a resolution from the Interim Finance Committee commending Mark Kompotic for his lifetime of dedicated service to the state of Nevada and expressing our best wishes for a wonderful and well-deserved retirement. The resolution states this. Whereas Mark A. Kompotic, a graduate of the University of Nevada, Reno, has served the state of Nevada for over 30 years with loyalty and dedication. And whereas Mark's state service began in 1990 with the Department of Motor Vehicles, followed by the Budget Division of the Department of Administration, and ultimately the Legislative Council Bureau. And whereas Mark started his service with the Fiscal Division of the Legislative Council Bureau as a program analyst on October 18th, 1999, was promoted to senior program analyst on October 20th, 2001, and was appointed to the position of Senate Fiscal Analyst by the Legislative Commission on October 26, 2009. And whereas Mark's legislative service has included 10 regular sessions and 16 special sessions, and his legislative service as the Senate Fiscal Analyst has spanned 5 regular sessions and 7 special sessions, serving 5 different Senate finance chairs over that period of time. And whereas Mark's service as the Senate fiscal analyst has included approximately 78 interim finance committee meetings, and whereas Mark is well known for his ability to empower his staff to be their best through coaching them to be self-sufficient and successful, always showing them where to find the resources needed to efficiently and effectively complete their jobs instead of just providing them with the answers to their questions. And whereas Mark has demonstrated great leadership, including stepping in for his staff when things got tough, serving as a true role model who has earned the respect of the people with whom he interacts. And whereas Mark knows more about Nevada state fiscal policy than anyone in the state, with his eidetic memory and an uncanny knack of recalling bills and bill numbers from bygone sessions, he constantly amazed his staff by providing historical examples to apply to current situations. And whereas Mark has one magical desk drawer that contains every single important document in the entire history of the Fiscal Analysis Division, he can open that drawer and within seconds find the exact document he is looking for without hesitation. And whereas Mark seems to enjoy finding budgetary solutions to problems that no one else at the governor's fiscal office or the Legislative Council Bureau could quite figure out, while maintaining a watchful eye on the legislative and the budgetary process, with the ultimate goal of closing budgets and the session in 120 days. And whereas when required to travel to Las Vegas for purposes of staffing the Interim Finance Committee or the Interim Legislative Studies or meeting with legislators, Mark became known for his seemingly single-minded focus of getting through the airport in the least amount of time, where regardless of the aerobic fitness of his accompanying colleagues. And whereas Mark has been a professional, dedicated employee who always kept the interests of the legislature at heart and has been truly passionate about his work for the legislative branch of the state of Nevada. And now therefore be it resolved by the Interim Finance Committee of the state of Nevada that the members of the committee do hereby commend Mark A. Kompotic for his enormous contribution to the fiscal analysis division. This happened to me once before. The Legislative Council Bureau and the state of Nevada, and be it further resolved that the members of the committee express their best wishes to Mark for a wonderful and well-deserved retirement in which he enjoys time with his family, hiking in the Sierra, and playing as many rounds of golf as his heart desires. And be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Interim Finance Committee prepare and transmit a copy of this resolution to Mark A. Kompotic. And Madam Chair, if I might, I have a personal comment I'd like to make as well. Mr. Kompotic, Mark, it has been my honor and my privilege to work with you these past 11 years. When I was appointed as a member to Senate Finance in 2009, you were the first to offer training and answer my many questions. And those questions continued through all of those 11 years. As my mother would say, you are truly a gentleman and a scholar. Your preparation, the briefings that you provide, the follow-up to all of the questions are unparalleled. Even in the most stressful days of budget hearings, the last 10 days before sine die, each legislative session, you always had a steady hand and a smile. You persevered through those agonizing days of budget cuts in the recession of 2008 to 2011, and especially this summer as we went through the 31st special session. I knew I could always count on you and your team. I wish you the very best as you hike, as you golf, and most importantly, spend quality time with your family. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Woodhouse. And Mr. Kompotic, had the pleasure and honor of working with you on both ends of the building. And I will admit, the first time I met you, you scared me. And sometimes you still do now. But I always knew that if I asked you a question or if you came into my office to have a conversation about something, that I got all the information and got it unvarnished and straight from the hip. And I appreciate all the work that you did. We've been through 2 terrible recessions, and you were always there for us to help us figure out how we could mitigate some of the issues that would pop up. So thank you so much. When Cindy and I were freshmen together, you were there for us, and I can't thank you enough for that. So please enjoy your retirement, and I'm jealous you get to play golf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Senator Woodhouse especially. I do remember that first time we worked together on the Senate floor back on 2:00 in the morning on March 1st of 2010 to close out the 26th special session. And that was, I thought, a very trying session. I recently joked with Senator Woodhouse that her career was sandwiched between 2 recessions in the Senate, that being the Great Recession and this most recent budget cut period and the 31st special session. But my term as Senate fiscal analyst is also sandwiched between those 2 recessions, and that those were very difficult times. But I just very much want to express my thanks and very much the privilege of serving you and allowing me to serve you in this position over the last 11 years. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotic.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if we have just a couple other comments, I'd appreciate an opportunity just to say thank you to Mark as well. It was, he's been Mark, you've been the chief analyst for the Senate my entire legislative career, and it's just been an honor and a privilege, and I've enjoyed working with you every day. A couple things that strike me about you is just how much you care. You care about your staff. You always give them credit, and you're always caring about their well-being during sessions, making sure they're not overloaded. It also strikes me that you just care about this institution and wanting to make sure that it continues to play its role in our government. And most importantly, you want to care about the fiscal well-being of this state. And that's just, we need good people like you to keep doing that, and I appreciate it. When I had the privilege of taking over as chair of Senate Finance Committee in 2015, I was expecting to lean a lot on Debbie Smith during that time, and as we know, she got sick and she was gone, and it just felt like it was you and me at that point. And I leaned hard on you, and I really appreciate all the support and help that you gave me because I desperately needed it. I just want to say thank you, and I'm going to miss you, and don't be surprised if my name pops up on your phone every once in a while. Thanks, Mark.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, your professionalism is unmatched. In my limited time on IFC, the ability for you to come up with answers, just your recall right off the tip of your tongue. And I was looking at my phone and the timeframes that we've texted back and forth with questions and answers. There isn't a time frame on that exist, from 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Some of those times I think I was bailing hay, but most of the time we're here on special sessions. Your work ethic is phenomenal. It can't even be compared. And you've always been stellar with the information to both sides. Always make sure to be nonpartisan. The state is truly at a loss. And I know that your replacement's a great guy and he's going to do a great job, but the lack of the institutional knowledge that we're going to suffer is going to be a problem. You are going to be desperately missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would be amiss if I didn't offer the credit to the staff of the Fiscal Analysis Division, because without them, I wouldn't have been able to do my job, frankly.
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you, Mark. I'll be very brief. It's always good. We had some great times talking about McGill and White Pine County. But again, anytime I had a question, you had the answer. And I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Dennis.
Thank you. Mark, I too had the opposite, Chair Carlton, where I got to meet you first when I was in the Assembly, and then when I came over to the Senate and worked with you in both. And it's been amazing working with you. Class Act, I agree with everything that everybody's said. You know, when you needed information, when I needed information, I could go to you, and I know that you would be able to provide that. And I just appreciate it. It makes all of our jobs easier when you have people that know what they're doing. And I know you have a great staff and you give them credit, but you're the one that's helped foster that and help them to be able to do their job. So thank you, and I hope you have a great retirement, that you can enjoy your time, whether it's your family and others, and just to relax. And thank you so much for all the work that you do. We'll definitely think of you as we go through this process, and but hope you're having a great time as you do so. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Mark, I didn't have the pleasurable experience of working with you directly on finance, only on sporadic occasions filling in for interim finance committee. But my experience was, as a very, very, very new legislator, was to make sure that I checked it out with you before the bill went forward. And so thank you for always giving me sound advice. You gave me the sound advice. Sometimes my bills passed, sometimes they didn't, but that wasn't your fault. But thank you so much. Okay. Enjoy your retirement. God bless you.
I plan on coming back in 10 years to check the hair color of my two new colleagues in their new respective roles.
Madam Chair, may I?
Senator Brooks.
Mark, I just wanted to thank you for your patience and kindness in dealing with me and the questions that I would ask, and always your calm demeanor when maybe the rest of us were running around like our hair was on fire, and it really was a very calming and professional presence in all the committee meetings. And I envision you like a duck, just calm and cool above water and just paddling like heck below the water. And Nevada will never know how much they're going to miss you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Speaker.
I want to apologize to Mark for all of the really uninspiring questions I've had to ask him over the years that I'm sure he has answered multiple times. But the one thing I'm not going to do is contribute to delaying his retirement more than I absolutely need to. Thank you. The state is better because you were serving the state for as many years, and we are going to bounce back and be okay, but you're going to be sorely missed. But thank you for your service, and congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments before we move to opening up the public comment line?
Madam Chair?
Senator Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, congratulations on your retirement. I too want to thank you for your professionalism, your cool, under pressure demeanor, your wealth of knowledge, and your patience with all of us. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Senator Parks. You and I have gone through a few battles over the years.
Would anyone else like to be recognized at this time? Hearing none, I believe then we can go ahead and move towards our public comment. If broadcast services could open up the public comment line, please.
Thank you, Chair. Caller with the last three digits of 577. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes and may begin.
Good afternoon, Chris Daly, CHRISDALY, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. We are concerned about the rollout of the statewide educator COVID-19 testing through the Task Force Initiative for Educator Safety and Screening and the Teachers Health Trust affiliated with the Clark County Education Association. NSEA appreciates the importance of returning to school as soon as we are safely able to do so, and COVID screening should be a part of that. Of course, the rate of community transmission of COVID-19 is the main determining factor in whether it is safe to return to in-person education, and we are all concerned about the current spike in COVID-19 cases in the state. During the presentation of this item on your September 3rd meeting, it was stated that there was broad stakeholder support for the program. Unfortunately, this was not the case. NSEA represents a majority of educators across the state, those eligible for this program, and we were not involved. At recent meetings of the Clark County School Board of Trustees, there does not seem yet to be buy-in from the largest school district in the state. Now with the current spike in COVID cases, it's not clear if CCSD will choose to participate in this program at all before the funds expire on December 30th. Thus far, the rollout of the TIES program has been riddled with problems. Meanwhile, in Washoe County, educators have been able to get tested through their provider Renown. While testing has been available, the overriding problem in Washoe was the decision to resume full in-person learning in elementary in a hybrid model in the later grades, while community transmission of COVID was still very high. This decision went against guidance issued by the CDC, the State Department of Education, and even the Washoe County Health District. Now at this morning's state COVID task force meeting, the health district is reporting the highest number of cases they've seen over the past week have been associated with K-12 students and school district staff. This is exactly what NSEA, WEA, and educators across the state have been warning about. We fear that any effort to reopen school buildings with high community transmission rates will only lead to the same devastating result. At your September meeting, the members of this committee had many questions and wisely approved only half of the requested funds. Given the situation, we'd recommend the Interim Finance Committee call a hearing with the Nevada Department of Education to review the status of the Task Force Initiative for Educator Safety and Screening as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Chair, there are no other callers at this time.
Thank you very much, Roscad Services, for all the work that you've done to help us get through this meeting today. Thank you, committee members, and again, to my friends and colleagues, Dina, Heidi, Joyce, Ellen, David, Al. We wish you well. Thank you so much for all of your work, and especially to Mr. Kombatek. So with that, committee members, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.